Come with me if you want to live.
Get to the chopper!
I am the law.
It is not the tumor at all.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you. No matter the weather outside, Baron Orman Tagge, Cash Money 007, and PACIFIC414 are here to bring you the pop culture and entertainment news, rumors, watch parties, discussions, reactions, reviews, opinion on PACIFIC414 Pop Talk Sunday Edition. Welcome, one and all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this Sunday edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, along with Cash Money 007 and Baron Orman Tagge. I am your host, Mike, and today we will be talking about pop culture and entertainment news, and also in the second hour of Pop Talk, open panels. We'll be back for that second hour, and that is how it'll go once a month on a Sunday. For open panels. The first hour will be with Baron, Cash, and myself. The second hour will be the open panel. Now, I have a few guidelines that I've made due to issues that have happened in the past with open panels. And these are the guidelines. These guidelines will also be scrolling on the bottom of the screen. These guidelines are also in the description, more detailed. But how it's going to work in hour two is, number one, I am requiring that anyone who joins the panel wear headphones or earbuds while they're on the panel. Number two goes along with number one. Please mute any background noise that can be heard during the stream. That means TVs, music, other YouTube videos. If you're eating, mute yourself while you're eating. I'm not saying you can't eat. I'm just asking you not to eat with an open mic where everybody hears you chomping away. Number three, and this has happened more than once on Pop Talk, and I'm putting a stop to it. Please save all self-promotion until you have been asked to do so. This includes promoting yourself, promoting your channel while we're discussing a topic. No more. No more. Wait until you're getting ready to leave. Let me know in the private chat that you're getting ready to leave, and I will give you the floor to promote your channel and what you have coming up. Near the end of Pop Talk, when we're wrapping up, I will give you the floor to promote yourself. I don't want anybody to promote themselves while we're talking about a specific topic anymore. It's happened far too many times, and quite frankly, I think it's rude. Speaking of rudeness, don't be rude to your fellow panelists. Don't be rude to those in the chat just because they have a different opinion. Everybody is entitled to their opinion, good, bad, indifferent. It's up to you to be able to talk with that person and try to find out why they think the way they do when it comes to that particular topic. Maybe they're looking at it from a different perspective than and you've never seen it from their point of view. So always take other points of view into account. Now, these aren't the only ones. Number 5. If you do not follow these guidelines, strike 1 will be a verbal warning. That verbal warning will come from me. Not only will there be a verbal warning, but this will also accompany. You will be notified that that is your first strike and that you have 2 strikes remaining. Strike 2. Panelists will be muted if they try to promote themselves when they haven't been asked, or they're rude to the panel when they haven't been asked, or the chat, or they say something that's completely out of line. And that will be followed by this. And then strike 3. If you do any of these previous rules, break any of these previous rules, or you choose to ignore the rules that are scrolling at the bottom of the screen, which are associated with these rules, then this will play. And let me just play the video.
You're gone!
I want Pop Talk to still be fun. Baron and Cash didn't know that. I told members of the member stream yesterday. I still want the overall objective, the overall goal is for Pop Talk to be fun. But there have been times where people have said things and done things during an open panel that isn't just an embarrassment to themselves. It's an embarrassment to this channel and any other channel that happens to be associated with this channel. And I'm putting an end to it. And I've put up with it long enough. So, Baron and Cash, if there's anything you would like to add, as I've told you, gentlemen, if there's something that happens during the open panel, you have full authority to say something. You are the co-host. You are the number 2 and number 3 man in line.
Nothing more to say other than the fact that I always get treated like number 2.
Hardy har har, hardy har har.
That's great.
Yeah, and of course, then there's number 3 beneath me. You.
Oh boy, I don't know about that number 2.
No, nothing else. I mean, that basically has hit everything I believe on there. It's just like
Yeah, you
the
covered
big
it.
rule about being on YouTube, whether it's your channel or somebody else's channel, is remember whose channel you're going on. Act accordingly, so and be respectful to everybody. Doesn't mean we can't have lively conversations. But you know,
I'm not saying you can't do that.
Yeah,
but don't.
Oh, I know you
don't start getting insulting.
Right, exactly, and that's what I wanted to follow through. Don't be insulting these people. I mean, we're fellow YouTubers. Yeah, we have different opinions, but just be nice. Be nice, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be like Anonymous and his bear.
No, God, no. Oh, Anonymous. Who let him in?
He's allowed to come in.
Oh, okay.
Yes, he's allowed to come in.
You can't hear me? How's that?
But real
I'm not
quick,
the one was bumping on you. I guess it was.
But real quick, I do want to say good morning to those of you who are already in the chat. And this is streaming on both Rumble and YouTube. So the StreamYard link in hour 2 will be sent over to Rumble as well. I want to say good morning to TGAP Steve, who says previously on Beverly Hills 414. Mike gets a letter from a Vietnamese couple who claim to be the parents of his twin sister, but not his. He's so distraught he takes the Ferrari and not the Porsche. And then we have Anonymous, who says open panels. Well, crap, I'm out. And let's see. T-Gap Steve says, is that a feather duster or your cat, Baron?
Both. Very much both.
And I like what T-Gap Steve says here. Big money, big money, big money. No whammies, no whammies.
Yep. Oh, we should have had the Rammies. Oh.
I didn't think about that.
Well, I think,
for the,
there we go.
For the next one, that'll be included.
Mm-hmm. We need whammies.
But I do want to thank everybody for being here this morning, and I'm sure you're all curious to know, what are we going to be talking about this morning?
Yeah,
well,
what are we?
I'll tell you. We are going to be talking about Danny Masterson being sentenced to 30 years to life in prison after his conviction.
You're saying he's just been cast in the new That's 30 to Life show?
Yes, he has.
Hanging out in the prison bathroom, dropping my soap. Oh my. We'll stop right there. The pretty mouth thing.
And Anonymous says, I can't hear you now. Go back to the way it was. We are also going to talk about Starfield. We're going to talk about how Nexus Mods founder confirms site will delist any mods that remove pronoun modifier from Bethesda Starfield. And of course, we have a couple of articles related to the live action One Piece. One saying where it is on the Netflix top 10 chart, and the other saying what the status of season 2 is as far as scripts are concerned. And other gaming news, we also have news about a remastered Gargoyles game.
Yes.
Yep. But first, we are going to talk about Danny Masterson. I think this is a good one to begin the program with.
Might as well. Danny. Scientology didn't help him out now, did it?
No, it did not. It did not help him out at all. I mean, considering he is a Scientologist.
Mm-hmm.
They've helped out Tom Cruise and others.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess he wasn't high enough on the food chain for Scientology.
Mm-hmm. No, he wasn't. And this article was posted on Thursday, September 7th on Variety site. It's by Elizabeth Wagmeister, and it says Danny Masterson sentenced to 30 years to life in prison after grape conviction. Since I can't say the other word, I'll call it grape.
Grape, yeah. But I like the name Wagmaster.
Mm-hmm.
I love the name. Wag my master.
And Anonymous says Scientology can't save you, Danny. Only Jesus can. Yeah.
Well, that's not what L. Ron Hubbard said. Millions of years ago, our souls got dumped into the volcano, and that's where Well, never mind.
Wait. Are you just reciting the plot of Joe versus Volcano?
Well, I think they stole it from Scientology, obviously. If that's the case. The episode of South Park where they went after Scientology. Excellent. And the thing is they're absolutely right. Everything they said in there was true about Scientology,
Yes.
including Tom Cruise hiding in the closet.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
you've heard actors and actresses who were once part of Scientology. Leah Remini comes to mind, saying what
Yeah.
it's like.
Extremely outspoken on it. She, oh yeah, don't mess with a woman scorned, and she was scorned by them.
Oh yeah, she was. So the article says Danny Masterson has been sentenced to 30 years to life in prison after being convicted. And I'm not mentioning the other word because of how YouTube is when you mention that other word. So that's where I'm going to leave it at. Masterson, best known for starring on the hit Fox sitcom That 70s Show and Netflix's The Ranch, was facing a potential sentence of 30 years to life in prison. The actor, who maintains his innocence, was convicted on 2 of 3 forcible charges this past May. Masterson was accused of raping 3 women at his Hollywood Hills home between 2001 and 2003, which was during the time he was on That 70s Show. The jury convicted him of raping 2 women in 2003, but could not reach a verdict on an allegation from November 2001 involving a former girlfriend, though the jurors voted in favor of the conviction. At the sentencing, the 3 women in the case told the judge that Masterson's crimes had ruined their lives and asked the judge to give Masterson life behind bars. Jane Doe number 1 called the actor a true coward and heartless monster. Jane Doe number 2 said Masterson across the courtroom, "I still have to contend with what you did to me that night. That takes a life's worth of therapy to repair. Every time I think I'm okay, that rape comes back to me." Jane Doe number 3 says, and I know I just said it, so we'll see what happens with YouTube. Jane Doe number 3 told the judge that she has been diagnosed with PTSD. Masterson, who was dressed in a suit and had slick back hair with a full grown beard, did not speak at his sentencing. Many of Masterson's Hollywood family members were in court on Thursday morning to support him at his sentencing. His wife, the actor and model Joe Phillips, was crying at the courthouse. His siblings, the Walking Dead actor Alana Masterson, Malcolm in the Middle star Christopher Masterson, and actor Jordan Masterson were all seated in the courtroom together. "Mr. Masterson, you are not the victim here. Your actions 20 years ago took away another person's voice and choice. Your actions 20 years ago were criminal, and that is why you are here," Judge Charlene Omeldo said as she sentenced Masterson on Thursday in downtown Los Angeles. In a downtown Los Angeles courtroom, the judge sentenced Masterson to 15 years to life on each of the 2 charges, ordering Masterson to serve both terms consecutively. The trial that ended with a conviction in May 2023 marked Masterson's second trial for the same charges. The first trial ended in November 2022 with a hung jury, but the judge opted to retry the case in front of a new set of jurors. The major difference between the 2 trials related to the allegation for drugging, and it goes on to say, in the first trial, the women testified that they felt weak or woozy and had little memory after taking a drink prepared by Masterson, but the prosecution did not outright say that Masterson had drugged the women. In the retrial, prosecutors argued that Masterson had in fact drugged them. Both trials shined a light on the Church of Scientology, and the verdict marked a stunning downfall for one of Scientology's most prominent celebrity members. Masterson is a lifelong member, and all 3 victims were Scientologists at the time of their assaults, but have since left the church. At the sentencing, Leah Remini, a former Scientologist who is Hollywood's most prominent critic of the church, was seated in the front row of the gallery to support the women. After Masterson was sentenced, Remini released a statement on social media largely about Scientology. Sitting in court today with the women who survived Danny Masterson's predation was a surreal experience, she tweeted. I am relieved that this dangerous rapist will be off the streets and unable to violently assault and rape women with the help of Scientology, a multi-billion-dollar criminal organization with tax-exempt status. The three Jane Does said, both at the sentencing and in testimony, that the church dissuaded them from reporting Masterson to the police. Prosecutors argued throughout the trial that Masterson had taken advantage of his position in the church to rape women without fear of repercussion, and that the church forbid women from going to the police to report sexual assault. I don't care what that church says. If someone violates you like he allegedly did, report it. Jane Doe number 2 told the judge on Thursday that she had been a brainwashed member of Scientology at the time of her assault and alleged that the church had made concerted efforts to cover up Masterson's behavior. Since coming forward with her allegations, she claimed she has had my privacy invaded almost daily by the cult of Scientology. Jane Doe number 1, a second generation Scientologist who was born into the church, said her victim impact statement that she followed policy when she was a member not to report her alleged rape to outside authorities. There are consequences, she said. It was the only community I knew my whole life until I was raped by Mr. Masterson. Danny was a celebrity and therefore heavily protected by Scientology. She said that after she went to the LAPD, she was deemed an enemy of the group and lost the ability to be in contact with every person I'd known or loved and seriously considered suicide. Masterson's attorneys tried to downplay the role of Scientology throughout both trials. His attorneys stressed to the jury that they cannot be biased against any religion, telling jurors during the trial Scientology is not a defendant and that Scientology is not an element of this case. Masterson's defense, led by attorneys Philip Cohen and Sean Hawley, asked the judge for a 15-year sentence. Hawley told the judge she did not intend to minimize the conduct of her client, but asked the court to consider her client's exemplary life, noting his community service work ethic and being an extraordinary father to his 9-year-old daughter, who means the world to him. The prosecution was led by Los Angeles Deputy District Attorneys Reinhold Mueller and Ariel Anson, who asked for 30 years to life. Mueller said that whether Masterson is a good father does not preclude one from becoming a violent serial rapist, and called his crimes targeted and heinous, telling the judge that he conducted his actions while women were incapacitated after drugging them. These are multiple victims over time on different occasions, Mueller told the judge in asking for the harshest sentence. After he raped the first, he had time to think about what he had done to that human being, and despite that, he went ahead and committed again, and committed again. And continues on by saying, after the sentencing, Masterson's attorney told reporters outside the courthouse that he plans to appeal his conviction. The errors which occurred in this case are substantial and unfortunately led to verdicts which are not supported by evidence, Hawley said to the media. Allison Anderson, the attorney representing Jane Doe number 2 and Jane Doe number 3 praised her clients in a statement to Variety, identifying them by their first names. Nisha and Chrissy have displayed tremendous strength and bravery by coming forward to law enforcement and participating directly in 2 grueling criminal trials. Despite persistent harassment, obstruction, and intimidation, these courageous women helped hold a ruthless sexual predator accountable today, and they are not stopping there. They are eager to soon tell their fuller story of how Scientology and its enablers tried desperately to keep them from coming forward. Shortly before Masterson was sentenced, one of the women said she forgives the actor but believes he deserves to be in prison for the rest of his life. I don't have to carry around your shame around with me. Now you have to carry it. You have to sit in the cell and carry it, Jane Doe number 2 said in the courtroom. Your emptiness and your cowardice will be your true legacy. You are pathetic, disturbed, and extremely violent. The world is safer with you behind bars. All right, gentlemen, what do you think? And also, if you want to bring up the fact that that day that he was being convicted, Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher wrote a letter that they were standing by him, and then just yesterday they released a video retracting the statements in those letters.
Because they're
Yeah, because they
hypocrites.
probably got flack.
They got flack, and so they're like, "Oh, I have to do this." It's not surprising that Ashton,
What?
Kutcher, yeah, and Kunis. It's not surprising they do that. They're like, "Oh, we're for support." It's the same thing about Harvey Weinstein. Yes, I said that. YouTube, Harvey Weinstein. I know. Run away. It's just there, but there's also things that didn't add up, and about this story, and it's like, are these women also trying to throw him under the bus? But then you think, well, did he get drunk? He went to a club. He acted inappropriately. Even if they said they did this to him, or he actually did this to them. But the thing is, we weren't there, fine, but
No.
I think he made poor judgment personally. And does he deserve to be behind bars? Well, I don't really know enough about this case, but it does. Even if she came over and she was there at his house and stuff, she can still claim that he did something. But I think he made poor judgment, and I agree with some other people that he used his celebrity to gain advantages over people, and we've seen that recently. But we've also seen cases with especially the Me Too movement, where people were lying to get people's jobs, to blackmail people, especially men. So, I'm not going to say, "Oh, he's innocent. Let me get my sign out." No, but I think some of these celebrities definitely they try to use their influence and their power because they've had success to intimidate people or even get people to sleep with them or whatever.
Let's face it, the Scientology organization, they're a crime syndicate. If you go against them, they go after you. Look at Leah Remini and what she had to deal with after she ousted them. Anyone who goes against them, you're now their enemy.
Yep.
Is it my turn to piss everybody off?
I don't.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, my turn to piss everybody off here. Of course, I'm going on the basis of neutrality here. Neither guilt nor innocence or anything.
Right.
It's just questions that has to be asked. One, this was done 20 years ago. When was it brought to light? There's something called the statute of limitation, which is 7 years. Correct? And that is to protect people from someone coming from, say, 20, 30, 40 years to make an accusation that is hard to confirm. And jail someone who possibly, and no important words. I'm going to be saying important words here, so don't get knee jerk here. possibility of putting an innocent person behind bars, or even and let's face it, even a guilty person. But the only thing that does not have the statute of limitation is murder and treason. And of course, if you are convicted and you're on the lam, 7 years does not help you. AKA Roman Polanski, who was convicted and ran like a little coward boy that he is. So we have this situation. Of course, we have the Scientology. It sounds like this was going after Scientology even more than Danny Masterson. So what was the intent of this trial? Now, I'm not a Scientology fan. I can tell you exactly how Scientology got started. L. Ron Hubbard was bitching to Lester Del Rey at a party one time about all the taxes he's got to pay, as you know, being a writer, independent guy, such like that. And as it comes down to it, Lester Del Rey got fed up with it. He goes, Ron, Lafayette, Ron, his first name was Lafayette, but Ron, start a religion. You get tax free. And that's how Scientology came about. It was to just make sure he doesn't get pay taxes. So that's the basis of it, and basically a bunch of science fiction bullshit. I don't think L. Ron at first believed this bullshit, but I think as time went along, he started losing his mind and getting ill. I think he did. And the big thing about Scientology, you want to skip by all the steps, not have to pay the money. All you people out there that want to know what the highest step of this multi-level marketing organization is L. Ron Hubbard's God. Basically, that's what it comes down to. So Scientology is bullshit. A lot of stars are brought in there because, well, I think a lot of them are so weak-minded they get sucked into this. They don't have a personality. Danny Masterson, if he did this, is a scumbag. Now, 30 to life in prison. And we have people like Alec Baldwin still walking out there. You have Lizzo. We have the accusations of Lizzo, which is recently putting the banana in the tailpipe. We have, of course, Cardi B admitting that she was doing the same thing as Bill Cosby, drugging men as a prostitute and stealing their money.
Yeah, and then some of those women probably were also looking for money, Baron, from Bill Cosby. Some of them were just trying to get money from him. It's possible he did that stuff, and it's just so many years ago. We also have Dustin Hoffman. We just ruined his career over the whole Tootsie thing, and we don't know all the details. Right.
Don't know. Right. And of course, a lot of people come out after people die and make accusations where they can't defend themselves.
Yep.
And start doing things.
Some interview from Playboy. Things, the interviews from Playboys that come out. Oh, well, he hit a woman. Sean Connery hit a woman. You know what he said in that interview? It's crazy to me. It's just, and the same people who are trying to smear these people, they're not any better than anybody else. They think they are.
And of course, and my thing is that he's getting 30 to life, right? And consecutive orders.
Right.
And we're watching murderers walk free after 5 fucking years. We're watching people literally taking their lives.
Yes.
And I'm not listening to the impact of rape. Don't get me wrong. They need to be punished, but we need to start taking a look a little bit of priority.
That's right.
Is a rape worse than murder?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's horrible.
You know what?
I'll say it's horrible. Right, exactly. I'll say it's horrible. Is it worse than murder? I don't know. They're both bad. We can just say they're both bad, but I would say murder's worse. Yes, they're very bad.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's like, definitely. If he did this, and this is truly on the up and up, because there's a lot of we got double indemnity. We're going to charge you again because because the other jury. It's like, oh, wait a moment. What happened to double indemnity? Not being charged with the same crime twice.
Yep. And I would love to ask.
We put one other little thing in there.
I would love to ask the same people who are, they're like, Danny's getting what he's deserve. Okay, so Ashton, what do you think about Roland Polanski? What do you think about Polanski, huh? What about you, Mila?
Right.
What about you, Laura
because
Dern?
What's good for Danny Masterson is good for Roman Polanski.
That's right.
Exactly.
So what about that?
It was even worse. He drugged a 13, 14-year-old girl and sodomized her. Put that
Mhm.
to your head. He sodomized a 13, 14-year-old girl after he drugged her. And he's
I'm
he's
saying
the
this
greatest thing.
that son of a bitch should be rotting in jail right now.
Right.
But he went to go hide, and Hollywood
Yeah.
still defends him. And it's just it's crazy
But
to me.
Mullins.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Roman. No.
You know,
No.
look at the
Okay, why
right.
don't you get drugged and sodomized and see how you feel afterwards?
Right. Seriously. You know,
That's saying that is like, oh, you're being cruel. No, that's called empathy.
Mm-hmm.
Understanding. Oh my God, that was bad. You're lacking empathy if you sit back and say, and a bit of humanity, if you're still going, oh, how Roman Polanski's so great.
Yeah. And I would
you
love
don't think
to.
that girl's life was destroyed?
Of course it was.
Definitely was destroyed. She's traumatized for the rest of her life because of that incident. Same with these three women. If Danny Masterson actually did this, these women are traumatized for the rest of their life. Not just because of Danny Masterson's actions, but because of the actions of the Church of Scientology.
Right.
Yes.
They didn't do a good enough job on them.
No.
It's like, and of course, your friends stand by you, and then the next day turn around, we're out of here.
Yeah, we're out of here. We'll just go where the wind blows, because they weren't really your friends. If they were, they would be like, visit you in prison and see, what's going on with this. But we already know that people have been trashed. And once again, it's very interesting, and a lot of the media has not done this. I would love the media to ask all these people, how long had you known Charlie Weinstein? It's funny. Harvey Weinstein. And did you, that's great. And how, when did you stop being his friend? But a lot of people won't ask that. And then Hollywood loves to talk about how they're cleaning up their act. And I'm like, sure you are.
No, Hollywood is not cleaning up their act. They never have, they never will. If Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher really stood by Danny Masterson, they would have retracted their statements. But notice how they're retracting their statements, so they still get job offers.
That's right. No, it's pathetic. It really is.
Doing it while they're on the striking line, picket line.
We castrate people for things that happened 30 plus years ago. Let's, look at what happened with the whole lacrosse thing at Duke. That took at least a number of years, and that was ruining young men's life. But they must have done this. No, they didn't. No. That woman was lying.
No, they found out it was a lie.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, lives were destroyed.
Yes.
And the thing is that everybody was rooting because, they're a lacrosse team. They're a bunch of rich people. They deserve it. Classism much?
Yep. Exactly.
No, you never. That's why Lady Liberty or Lady Justice is blind. You got to be blind to the, obviously you take into account people, how it affects people, how they're feeling, such like that. But it comes down to is you can play on emotion and not come to a good decision. It's just like you can go completely logical and come to the wrong decision.
Yep.
You have to go in there with the mindset of logic, with some empathy, some not just empathy, but just understanding how things go. And by doing that, you can get by the bullshit that people are going and trying to promote and trying to go out there. And maybe that's why the first time around you had the hung jury.
It brings up what Picard said in the Next Generation. You could be doing the right thing by following orders and still get it wrong.
Yes.
Right. Now, again, my statements, I'm not saying you're not guilty.
Right.
But I'm bringing up some problematic things where you take a look at it. And I'm tired of seeing these things where you have things 3 decades old coming forward and people getting punished for them. And I don't care what anybody says. It's so hard unless you actually have a video of those people doing that.
Exactly. Yes.
The DNA is gone. All the other stuff is gone. Now it's his word against their word. And it's easy to stack up against somebody. And why haven't we heard more of this from him? Is there more people coming forward and saying about sexual harassment? and
Yep.
and grape and all that other stuff. Usually there is a path. Once you're on that path, you never go off of it. It's your sick fetish. It's your desire.
Yep.
I would, I mean, I don't want to hear about someone coming forward that was in the last 3 years or so say that.
No.
I hope not. But
No.
again, that starts bringing questions. So why was it these three and we're not hearing more? Obviously, this lawyer is going out there making sure everything's, nice and cozy for them, and even making book deals. And again, that starts making you wonder too. Oh, they're going to be going out on the circuit and get the money.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
like
they're going to be
Anita
going on the
Hill.
press circuit, promoting their book when it comes out. They'll be on the talk show circuit, whether it's TV or radio.
Yep.
I mean,
Right. Just like Anita Hill.
Let's also bring something else into this. I don't know if you guys heard, but apparently the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon is being canceled because of workplace environment.
Yep. And
Right.
then Jerry Seinfeld said that never happened. So are they trying to throw him under the bus? And it's possible that Jimmy could be somewhat of a piece of crap. It could be. He could be.
Could be.
We don't know.
Yeah.
This is just what other people are coming out and actually saying. But see, that's the thing. Us as the public, we're not cued to all the information.
No, we're not.
No. Right, and neither should we be.
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons why you shouldn't let the cameras in the courtrooms, because it turns into a freaking circus. Just take a look at OJ and the circus that was.
What?
But no, if he is guilty, he should be punished. But I don't see him getting a higher time in prison for what he did, which was horrible. If he truly did this, than a murderer who is we get out in the street killing. That's something that really bothers me the most here. Yes, I understand.
Yes.
If it's truly guilty, if he's truly guilty of that, he destroyed these girls.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is a step to help them.
He should rot in prison. He should rot in prison for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should. He should rot in prison, but this is a number of years ago. And once again, it's like, yes, there were good things that the Me Too movement did, especially with the whole gymnastics scandal. That was horrible what Nassar did to those young women, and even in front of their parents sometimes. But not all these cases, and I know people hate you saying, oh, you're a sexist. No, it's all this whole thing of believe all women. Well, guess what? Some of these women are also lying to take men's jobs. Yes, it happens. Then there was even a situation go ahead.
I was just going to bring up Anita Hill when they were trying to smear Clarence Thomas, and the only thing they can do is bring this lady out, and of course her quote unquote star witness, who was saying things were happening before she even was working for the man.
Yes.
And all the bullshit that came out there, it was proven that this woman was a liar. Of course, you had the typical, what we now know as the blue-haired land whales that still climb onto her about, this poor woman, and she's out there doing her big speeches because for women empowerment, and that's often a lie. If I was a woman, I'd be insulted.
Yeah. What about Anita Sarkeesian? What she did to a guy during Gamersgate? She basically ruined a man's life because the man committed suicide.
Well, Nita Sarkeesian also lied about that whole Tripes and Tropes or whatever it was called series that she was going to bring out that people gave her money for. And what she played into that whole thing is being a victim. As she closed down her comments. She didn't want people saying things to her. And unfortunately, that woman graduated from the same college as I did. I'm glad I never knew her, but that was too bad. But, I'm not telling anybody where they should go or where they shouldn't. But she stole people's gameplay in a way. And she says, oh, well, do you see this situation? And she made things 10 times worse than they needed to be because she was mad about her daughter playing a game called Dead or Alive, which is all pretty much a lot of satire. There are women in bikinis playing volleyball, and then they end up dying because of a volcanic eruption. Pretty much, if I remember correctly. But she caused a lot of problems, and she was involved with Gamergate and stuff like against them. I don't know, like everything is not just cut and dry, but Sarkeesian, of course, got involved also with Naughty Dog. But before that, she was going on this tangent. That's why it's a problem for a lot of people. And she's one of the main reasons why we can't have a female character in a miniskirt, because that's wrong. Or a female character that has bigger boobs, that's wrong in a game or in media or animation or whatever. Because, oh my gosh, we're going to offend somebody. Nobody should ever be offended by bigger boobs. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Right. And
yes,
let's not forget Tarana Brawley. Let's not forget about Tarana Brawley, who Al Sharpton should be behind bars for the rest of his life for basically trying to incite a riot with a fake, with the fake assault that was done against her, quote unquote. Even had Bill Cosby out there shooting his mouth off. And of course, we find out later, oh no, and nobody does a damn thing. Nobody does a damn thing.
Right.
Nope.
Sharpton should have been dragged into the courtroom. She should have been dragged into the courtroom. And they should have been serving time for that, because they could have had riots like BLM going on at that time, trying to strike that. And then there's another case that we had, unfortunately, that young homosexual man that was murdered in Wyoming and left on the fence, and which was absolutely horrible. So not long after that, some girl at St. Cloud State University decided she came forward and said about how she was assaulted and all that and such, and was bringing out the crime. Of course, it was found out that she was lying. They didn't do a thing, but excuse me, that is illegal. You're causing issues that could get people put in jail, get people killed, because let's face it, people's emotions rise up. And sometimes the big thing is they want to go out and bash the brains in, if not worse, to the person who's being accused without knowing the full freaking story.
Right.
Again, I'm not saying he's not guilty.
Especially under the influence of alcohol. Because that's they're saying in this story. There was alcohol consumption. There's accusations of Masterson basically roofing the alcohol.
Yep.
Right. I mean, what could it be? I mean, did they get drunk and then she regretted it afterwards, or what? Who knows? They're sitting back saying, "No, we're being told by certain elements of the blue-haired land whales that they willingly go to bed with a guy, and if they regret it afterwards, they can call it grape and it's justified." What?
Yeah. I know.
So again, there's a lot of questions that I don't think are answered. Maybe they were that we didn't see. That's fine. That's fine. Again, I'm not saying he's not guilty.
Right. I'm not either. But this was so many years ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
there has to be questions.
If he actually did do it, he should rot in jail.
That's right.
For the rest of his life. If he actually did do it.
That's right.
We weren't there. We don't know.
No.
And the thing is that's the case. I want Alec Baldwin rotting in jail.
Well, for at least a few years.
Should be. He should be in jail.
Well, because as I was talking to Phil about this yesterday in Discord, the whole situation is that if he was just an actor, it would be one thing, but he was an executive producer on this show, and this show should have been shut down because there were problems with it, and there was no union involved. Which, I'm sure there wasn't. And people always cared about safety on the set. Well, Alec is a piece of shit, and I don't care what anybody says. That man has his head too far up his ass, even though he is quite an actor, but he still has his head up his ass. And I think after this situation, even though the judge said he was free, that I don't think a lot of people in Hollywood want to work with him again. I really don't. I would.
You're going to have some sycophants that do. What they'll probably do is they'll let him lay low for a couple years, and then he's coming back with his big comeback thing and blah, blah, blah. And hoping that you are dumb enough out there, people, to forget that he did this.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because that's how they treat us. They think we're stupid. They think we're
Yeah.
forgetful. Not all of us are.
Yep.
No. Yeah, I'm bringing up stuff
What do
that
you
goes
mean?
back 30 years.
But what do you mean mistake one, Polly boy?
No, I mean, if you
yeah.
came 30 life, I want to see people that actually take people's lives intentionally.
Mhm.
Gangbangers walk into a place, shoot
Mhm.
somebody in the face right away so they can steal $30 out of a till. People
Right.
go out there and literally do, grape and murder. People that,
Yes. Yes.
these scumbags. And they
Yes.
know where these scumbags are, and they're
Yep.
not doing it. And when they do get brought, it's like they get a slap on the wrist sometimes.
Yep. And now they're
Are
trying
they
to say that
are
these
they playing a card?
right, these people that start with the P, we need to change that word because they're misunderstood and society is,
Yeah.
let them rot and this and that. It's ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
Yeah, the
Some
maps.
people are just evil. I know it's
Mhm.
hard to believe, but some people are just evil.
No, I believe it. I honestly do believe it. I believe there is
I
evil out
believe
there.
it too.
There is
I
bad.
believe that there are people that have nothing but evil intentions.
Yes.
They try to give you this face that they're this nice person. They'll do anything they can for you, and
Yep.
bam,
Yep.
they'll
Yeah.
turn on you.
hmm
Charming Ted Bundy. People thought, oh, how charming. He was even on one of the dating game shows, for crying out loud. She didn't go on the date with him, though, and she, after the fact, goes, "Ooh, thank goodness." But, he was always charming, so nice and all that. And don't ask him about his body count, literally. John Wayne Gacy, Pogo the Clown. It's like, I'll watch your kids for you. Just don't crawl underneath my crawl spaces there. Dr. Fish, who would eliminate young children and eat their flesh. Fry.
Yep.
And then let's go to the next level. Let's go higher. This is just on the humanity level that we encounter every, that you don't know if you're walking by a serial killer. You honestly don't know on the street.
No,
but they're evil and they're disguising themselves. And let's not forget people with funny mustaches in Germany. Let's not forget Stalin. Let's not forget Castro and Che Guevara.
Right.
Yes, Che Guevara was a scummy son of a bitch. He's nobody to be praised.
Right.
All you morons that wear his fucking shirt. You should get a fucking lobotomy. And of course, let's not forget the leaders of North Korea. I mean, these people are monsters. These are evil. They care more about themselves. They're sociopaths. They care nothing about you. Jimmy Savile, exactly. Jimmy Savile of Jim will fix it. They're great in there. The one who did Timey Kangaroo, Rolf Stang, who was found to be the same way. The thing is, evil's there, and it preys on you.
Yes.
That's why you have to be ever vigilant, and you can't start getting and if you start believing there's no evil, you're an idiot. I'm sorry, you're an idiot.
I agree.
It's all around you.
Yep.
It can
be every day we're faced with it.
Yes, we are.
We may not see it. They may be able to camouflage it very well, but when they bring that evil out, it's out. It's out in the forefront.
So believe in evil. Believe in good too. That's the most important thing. Believe in good. It's there too.
Yes, it is.
Shades of gray only work in the matter of the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. Not in the compass of good and evil.
Right.
And people have that confused. They have that confused. Because you have the spirit and the letter of the law. Oh, obviously everything's gray. No.
No, there's literally good and evil. It's not a shade of gray. It comes down to plain, simple fact of good and evil.
And again, it has to be done on a specific case by case.
Yes,
a person steals a loaf of bread to feed their family. Okay.
Right.
Now, on the scale of things, let's go with spirit and letter of law. Yes, they did do something, but they should do something to compensate the person they stole from.
Right. That would be good, or just do community service or something. Yes, I agree. They shouldn't have to go to jail for that.
No, but the thing is if you use them like that, okay, you gotta go in there and sweep the floors for them for a while, and before you know it, maybe they get a job with them,
Right.
and they don't have to
Yeah.
steal.
I think that's a fair
Behind
punishment.
punishments, behind fair punishments, their off time is a payoff of mercy or grace or whatever. And there should be, especially if you're serious about getting your life or certain bad things happen in a person's life. Obviously, there are those cases where, you lock them up, throw away the key, you brick up the door.
Right.
But again, that's why it's a case by case thing. We all do bad, every one of us.
Yes.
Including me.
None of us are innocent. None of us are innocent.
No, we're not.
Right. But we do good too. Even the bad
Yes.
people do good. But what is
Yes.
the reason why? Is it to disguise themselves? Or
I've always felt that it was to disguise themselves, to cover up the evil that they're doing.
I think that works. Yeah.
Jekyll or Hyde, maybe they're trying to lie to themselves as much as they're lying to people.
Right.
I mean, again, that's why everything like this should be a case by case and not this blanket stuff.
Always, especially
when
so many years ago. Yeah.
And when we start having this draconian, we're going to drop this draconian law. Well, that's just as bad as no law.
Yep.
Because again, it starts giving people, it's like you're getting punished excessively for a crime that doesn't deserve that.
Right.
Again, I'm saying in general, I'm not necessarily putting into this case with Danny Masterson.
Right.
I'm just saying in general and how we as people have to treat each other. And when someone does go wrong, to try to put away personal feelings for one.
Yes.
And start taking a look
Which
at it.
Which is a lot easier said than done.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, try to defend somebody who is innocent, but you hate their freaking guts.
Right.
And then imagine that you got to do something against someone who did do a horrible crime, but you love them so much.
Yeah. Then there's situations where people are trying to defend themselves, and then they're called a murderer. Defending themselves. And that person was found innocent. Oh, I wonder who that was. Oh, that person's a murderer. Sure he is. He's defending himself. Just ridiculous.
So, it was like, how dare you? And one of the biggest things, I know this is really going to piss people off. I don't care. But I am tired that those that accuse somebody are hidden.
Right.
But the person who's accused, they plaster their face all over the place. And even when they're found innocent, they still have a stigma because they were dragged through.
Right, because they were dragged through the mud. Yes. And they still say, oh, well, I'm sure that person, look at Kyle Rittenhouse, for example. We can use him. People still think that guy is a murderer. Yes, YouTube, I said the word. No, I'm just kidding, but really. I mean, and other people think he's a hero. Well, you know what? Then there's another person that they think is a hero, which is not a hero, but I'm not going to go into that. It just boggles the mind, the stupidity that society continues to have, and they don't want to look at case by case basis. And I would, if I ever get into a courtroom again, I'm going to point out that there are judges out there that have a legitimate political bias against people that they don't like. How is that fair? And why should that person be a judge? Oh, how dare you say that? I'm asking questions. In a free society, and I say free with quotes, we ask questions. Right, Jet Sparks.
The biggest thing I have to sit back and say, be careful what you sow because it will be reaped.
That's right.
It can come back and slap you hard, just as hard.
Yep.
Back in the day,
if not harder.
Yes.
I mean, when the screaming bowl was invented, I believe, for the king of Mesopotamia, way back when, and that was like a brass bowl where you put a person inside there, and you roast them alive, and there was a horn that the screams would sound like the bowl bellowing. Guess who was the first one who tried it out? The man who invented it by force. Gee, that really, didn't work out for you, did it? made this big invention that was horrible and cruel, and thought you were going to be praised. And yeah, here you are. You're the first one to test it out. Be careful out there.
Mm-hmm.
Just start remembering and start sitting back and taking a breath. I remember when Jared Fogle was first accused of being mapped, right? And his buddy was already taken away, and they came by and they took his computer. And I sat back and said, "Wait a moment. This could be, let's not jump to the conclusion. It might be fully all related to his business partner, and they're wanting to make sure." Lo and behold, though, the moment found out that he was guilty, that's when I opened up on him.
Yeah.
But until then, it's like, this is the accusation. We don't know the full story. Let's relax. It wasn't as clear and cut as say Alec Baldwin. That was clear and cut. It was hard to hide anything from that one.
Yes, it was. You put the armor in jail. You put and you put Alec Baldwin in jail for at least a few years. And I'm like, yes, at least a few years. Maybe manslaughter is too harsh, but they should have just shut down production. As I've said, they should have just shut it down and been done with it, because there was obviously a lot of problems.
Manslaughter wasn't too hard. It's not too hard because that's what he committed. He committed manslaughter.
Yeah,
he did it by being reckless. I mean, that sits into there.
Being reckless, being careless, not checking the gun like he should have.
Right. Just like someone who's driving careless can be sent to jail if they cause an accident and kill somebody.
Yes.
Not even drunk. Just driving stupid and they kill somebody.
That's right.
But
a lot of people nowadays don't even want to take...
Because think about it. Every time you get behind the wheel of a vehicle, you're not just putting your own life in your own hands. You're putting other people's life in your own hands by the way you drive.
Right. So, with all that, people, especially in this age of quick, if you're tired of fake news, and everybody has it, slow down and think a moment and start using a little logic. Don't listen to heart.
Yes.
But we listen to heart way too much and be knee-jerk too much. It's time to slow back and start thinking about it. So
that's right.
I mean, if it truly is that Masterson's guilty, he deserves to be rotten in jail. I don't think he should. This will piss people off. I don't think he should be in there for life, but a good amount of time. Because he didn't murder anybody. Now, if he murdered somebody, lock him up, throw away the key.
Right.
Let me ask
There's
this
reasons
question.
why we have stages.
And let me ask this question. Would you think a sentence of 20 years, would you think that would be adequate enough?
Yeah. I mean, he is what, 39 right now, 40 years old, something in that category, right? Add 20 years, he gets out and no bail. I mean, no parole. Right. So he gets out and add 6. He's basically 70 years old now, right? Am I doing the math right? No, 40 years old, 20. That'd be 60 years. 60 years old.
Actually,
Right. So and in many ways, being in jail, quote unquote, is destroying his life, and rightly so. Right. What happens? He's going to be listed as a sexual predator.
Right.
That's part of it. So he's going to have that. People are going to have their eye on him. He's not going to, when he gets out, he's going to have that over his head for the rest of his life out there. He's still going to have himself a prison term, but he's walking free. And heaven help him if he steps out of line, because someone will come down on him. 20 years
It's happened before. I mean, look at Lee Harvey Oswald. What happened to him after the assassination of Kennedy?
Yep. Got blown away.
Yep.
Almost, I don't think it was even 24 hours. Might have been. I'm not too sure, but yeah. So Jack Ruby spent the rest of his life in jail, if I remember right. Scarface spent the rest of his life in jail, but it was for tax evasion. They couldn't get him for anything else. And of course, he died of syphilis. Not a pretty way to go. Kind of got what he deserved.
Mm-hmm.
There are times when it does come back and hit people. It really does. People might not think. But again, a lot of people like to put a fake front on there, and they are being punished quite a bit. But their egos are trying to show that they're not. Saying, yeah, I'm not going to let you see me get torn down. But yeah, 20 years, that's a long time. Think about it. You're locked in a cell. And of course, then you, of course, have your time out in the yard and such, maybe doing jobs inside the prison, going to eat, going to the shower, and of course, the chance of being someone's wife and being passed around. Because you know something? That's what's going to happen.
Karma.
Yeah. And I'm sure there'll be guards that know it and turn the other way as he gets his first loving.
Yep.
Honestly.
And it's true. So, gentlemen, any other thoughts?
Did I piss everybody off?
No.
I hope I did.
I would hope not. The thing is, once again, we need to ask questions, especially something that just happened. It's like, how dare you? People are always so ready to get their pitchforks and torches out and slander people. And then there's cases where they're found innocent and then they still try to slander them. It's insane.
Well, my last statement on this is no one should ever be mad about questions being asked.
That's right.
Questions should be asked because it's to clarify what's going on. It's not doubting you. Asking
if something doesn't seem right, ask the question. If something doesn't seem right, if your gut's saying to you, this isn't right, your conscience is telling you this isn't right, go ahead and call it your angel. Your angel. You know how in the cartoons, especially the older cartoons, on one side you had the devil, the other side you had the angel. Well, that's your conscience. The angel's telling you this isn't right. Say something.
Right. If you ask a question, right, because something doesn't seem right, and you ask the question and they give the answer, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, now it makes sense. Okay, because sometimes when people are trying to explain stuff, they're not doing quite right. You need to ask these questions so you can get right down to it. It's not doubt. It's not trying to say the other person is you're lying and the other person isn't. No, everybody needs to be. We need to have questions. If anybody is afraid of questions out there, then just lock yourself up somewhere.
Right.
Just lock yourself up, and then expect a question of why you locked yourself up.
Yep.
It gives you at least the opportunity to make sure that your side is heard and it's out there. You should be happy that someone's asking you a question, because the more information you can give, the better you can nail somebody. If you can't answer these simple questions, then it's like, okay, let's investigate a little further. Because we are playing with people's lives.
That's right.
Everybody's life is involved.
Especially a case like what happened on the filming of Rust, and in this case, what we're talking about with Danny Masterson, and not one but 3 women.
Right.
So, Cass, do you have any final thoughts on this?
No, I think we pretty much covered it.
Okay.
Yeah, about an hour. I'm sorry. I guess I kind of rambled on there.
No, that's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
We're passionate about things. We can't help it. It's important to ask questions. That's all I will always say. I tell people all the time, we need to question this. We need to question that.
Yeah.
I knew this would be a heavy topic for this morning's edition of Pop Talk, but I looked at it and I said, we need to talk about this. I don't care how long it takes for us to talk about this. This needs to be talked about.
Right. And if you're upset, don't unsubscribe from Pacific. Don't. Go find my channel. If you're subscribed to me, unsubscribe to me. And then send hate mail to Pacific saying, get rid of this fat fool. But don't take anything out on him, because I'm serious. I don't want this to affect Mike at all, because it's my mouth that's flapping here. And I'll take the heat. I'll be more than happy to. Because you know what? I don't mind having questions asked.
I don't mind having questions asked. And Baron and Cash, and anyone who's ever been on a panel here on Pop Talk, you know I value your opinion. That's why open panels are coming back.
Mhm.
Because I
Now,
want to hear
he
someone
does.
else's opinion.
Mhm. Now, that doesn't mean he doesn't tell us we're wrong after the show. You just hear him afterwards. I mean, I cry.
Your Muslim uncle. We got a
Hey,
saying here on Pop Talk when someone says that they're late.
A wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to.
that's not it.
Where the hell have you been, soldier?
Training, sir! Training, sir!
What kind of training, son?
Army training, sir! Army training, sir!
See, that's
No,
what we
that's what you would cash relate. That's what you would cash relate. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are now into hour 2, 11 minutes into hour 2, and that means the open panels are back. But first,
Damn, there's
for
other
those
topics I wanted to talk about.
it's all right, Baron. It's all right. As it says in the description, that every Wednesday, every Sunday edition has. Even if we don't discuss a certain article that's already in the description below, they're still left in there for folks to read for themselves if they choose to read them. But for those of you who weren't here earlier, as I put this on the screen and I removed the banner, these are the new rules for open panel on Pop Talk. There will be an open panel once per month on a Sunday during the second hour of Pop Talk. Rule number 1, please wear headphones or earbuds while on the panel. This is to drown out any unnecessary sound that we may hear, which follows up with number 2. Please mute any and all background noise that can be heard during the stream. This means TVs, music, any YouTube videos that are going on in the background. If someone's playing a game in the background, please mute it as common courtesy to your fellow panelists. Number 3, this is a big one here. Please save all self-promotion until you have been asked to do so. This includes promoting for others, which means don't come on here while we're in the middle of a topic and start promoting your channel. Start promoting someone else's channel. Wait until you've been called upon to promote your channel. If you are getting ready to leave, put a message in the private chat saying, Mike, Baron, or Cash, I am getting ready to leave here in a few minutes. This way we can give you time to promote yourself. But do not start promoting yourself right away the moment you get on here. Exactly. And number 4, do not be rude to your fellow panelists or to those in the chat. If someone has a different point of view than you, well, listen to their point of view. They may bring up something that you may not have considered before. Be respectful to all the panelists, all the members of the chat. Number 5. Let me bring up number 5 here, everybody. If you do not follow these guidelines, and I am very serious about this, strike 1. You will receive a verbal warning. It won't be from Cash. It won't be from Baron. It will be from me. And not only will you receive a verbal warning, but this will come up. And that'll be strike number 1. You will have 2 strikes left. I will let you know that it's strike number 1. You have 2 strikes remaining. Now, strike number 2. If you violate any of the guidelines, and the guidelines will be scrolling at the bottom of the screen after I'm done with this, and they are in the description. If you violate any of the guidelines for strike number 2, you will be muted for 5 minutes. And this will strike number 3. If you violate any of the guidelines, then the panelist will be removed from the panel. Whoever the offending panelist is will be removed. And this will follow.
You're gone!
As I mentioned earlier in the stream, I am doing this because not only have people in the past embarrassed themselves, but they've also embarrassed other people on the panel. They've also embarrassed this channel. Yes, I know we like to have jokes. We like to have fun here on Pop Talk. But when you go on to someone else's panel, someone else's stream, treat it like you're entering someone else's home. You don't go into their home and say, "Oh, Baron, I don't like where you have those decorations over there. Could you move it?" Or go in and knock something down, something that might be a priceless heirloom to somebody. Even if it's not worth any money, it still might have some sentimental value. Don't go in and disrespect your fellow panelist, Cash, Baron, or me. And this is how it's going to go, not just for the once a month open panel, but this is how it's also going to go during a watch party. I am very serious about this, folks. Baron and Cash know I am serious about it. I've told them things that I wanted to do, and I've thought about this. I've been thinking about this since the last open panel in May. I've been thinking about it since June as well.
He's been asking us a lot of questions about it too. So you know, it wasn't just him. He was just we were Cash and I were in discussion about it.
Yeah, I included you guys. Why? Because you're the co-host. You guys deserve to be clued in on what's going on the channel. What I'm thinking about, especially when it comes to Pop Talk. Yeah, I still want it to be fun, but we need to be held accountable and respect one another. So now, with that out of the way, and this goes to all of you who are watching on YouTube and Rumble, I am putting the invite link out there. Please follow the guidelines, which are now scrolling at the bottom of the screen. If you do not want to come on and discuss a certain topic, that's fine. That's fine. But these topics have been predetermined, and they are not changing.
And I guess it kind of goes back to what we're saying about before in the first hour, basically. It's like, be nice to each other. Have empathy. Be passionate, but have empathy. Even if you don't necessarily like the person that you're on the stream with here, at least have common courtesy. And
Mike,
speaking of common courtesy, hi, Paul.
Hey, Mike, did you happen to time that you bringing me in when Baron was saying that?
I just looked to see who wanted to come in first. You were there first, so I clicked on you, then I clicked on Jace, and I want to welcome you both to the panel. You both understand the rules. I ask that you abide by the rules.
Of course I don't understand the rules. I'm Norwegian.
Yeah, I know. Right there. You know,
Respect my authority!
This is what Mike said.
Respect my authority!
There we go. I don't think I played it for you.
There we go, yeah. Hi, guys.
So, that's what he says to us before every show.
Hello, Jace.
Hey, good to see you, Jace.
Hey, Spock.
Hey, are those good pillows puffed? Where's the other pillow? I only see one.
It's on
You're
the
missing
floor
a pillow
behind my bed.
Uh-oh, it's on the floor.
It's on the floor.
It's on the floor.
I hope you're lurking. I hope you're lurking, and I hope you're seeing that.
Oh, man.
I was going to be nice to Paul, but...
On easy mode, I cannot let you play.
There you go.
On easy mode, I cannot let you play.
There we go.
Oh, God. Just remember, Baron, none of that Wednesday.
Aw, I'll behave. He took Mike took woodshed already
Paul. A little spoiler for Wednesday. I've already told Cash and Baron nothing about easy mode.
Okay.
No, we're not going to do that. We'll tease about everything else, but other times we're not. You know, And again, we're just teasing too. I mean, we had
Of
fun
course.
yesterday when I let everybody know. Actually, she let everybody know. My daughter did Starfield, finished Starfield, but it was on easy mode because she wanted to advance the story, and now she's doing it on normal mode. So, I mean, needless to say, we had fun with her too. So, are you talking about me again? Just like,
Hello, everyone.
Hello,
Hey, Brandon.
Brandon.
Hail to you,
Hey,
brother.
Brandon.
Hello, Brandon.
So I have a bit of a question here regarding the dude that y'all were talking about who is allegedly going to jail. I'll admit I kind of came into the middle of that story, so could you do like a brief recap of that for me, please?
I sure can. Let me just bring the story back up here real quick.
Do you ever watch that 70 show at all, Paul?
My parents might have.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It was a good
He
show
like
back
one of
in the
big
day.
cast. Yeah, it
Huh.
was. He was one of the big cast members on that show, and then he went on to another one on Netflix. And basically, when the accusations
Ranch.
came, they not kicked off the
Yeah,
ranch. There we go.
The
Yeah, the ranch.
Yeah.
And he was kicked off of that show before it was over with because of this. So, but yeah, he's done. He's been doing some, and his brother was on Malcolm in the Middle. If you ever watched that. And then his brother was actually dating the redhead from that 70 show.
Yep, that's true.
Okay.
And Ashton Kutcher was on there. Mila Kunis was on there.
Mila Kunis.
Grace was on there. The father had been in a lot of things.
Kurtwood Smith.
He went to my college as well. So
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and he was
did.
and he was in Star Trek a few times. He was a Star Trek the Starfleet president in Star Trek 6. He was on Voyager. He was the main bad guy in RoboCop. So yeah, he's had a good, very career.
Very good actor. Yes,
Very
and the
good
mother
actor,
too. She was also on Friends. She was on other
Yeah.
things. Yep.
She was in an episode of WandaVision.
Yeah, that might
I'm
be
sure
true.
she was.
Yeah.
So, but that's kind of a quick rundown on who Danny Masterson is. Of course, he was accused of rape 20 years ago. It was 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And
so
they had one case and they had a mistrial, and they tried him again.
Yep.
And this happened between 2001 and 2003. So again, like Baron said, 20 years ago.
Yeah,
it's
so
20
of
years
course the
later.
obvious question is, why is this only happening just now?
Right.
Because these three women were part of the Church of Scientology.
Wait, why is that
I think
relevant?
it's very much.
Why is that factor, Paul? Because the Church of Scientology has a lot of power, especially in Hollywood.
They do.
Lot of
They
money.
do.
A lot of money.
A lot of money behind.
They're actually next
Tom
to.
Cruise is also a part of it.
They're next to a Kaiser building over in Sunset here in California.
Mm-hmm.
That building is a monstrosity, but they've always got someone out there trying to get people to join Scientology.
Yeah,
and this particular group has a lot of say with their members, because it's like, if you say something negative about a member, you yourself will cause questions to come up. They keep everything in home. They do not like their news getting outside of their religion. So when they find out about that, it is very severe.
Isn't this the cuckoo religion that Tom Cruise is part of?
Yes.
It is, and Tom Cruise says it's helped him.
Chrissy Alley was part of it too.
Was she? I didn't know that.
Yes.
actually.
She was
Leah Remy.
Nicole Kidman.
Yeah, Leah Remy has gone hard after Scientology, and Tom Cruise will say this place helped him. Isaac Hayes, of course, when he was alive, when that
Oprah's in there.
Oh, I'm sure she is.
Wow.
There's a lot of very high elite celebrities are involved in this. It's a very kind of from the outside looking in, you get a very eyes wide shut feeling, because it's very private. It's very exclusive. You don't just get in. I think you kind of have to know somebody to get, it's not your typical religion, and it's not your typical cult. It's they're finding a new definition, but it's a very questionable one any way you look at it. And they're tax exempt because they're a religion.
Right,
they are.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, I mean, don't grab people and try to get people in there, but basically, for you to advance, you have to pay for each level. It's, think of it a little bit like the Mason's area where you have the next level, the next level, next level. Each level you get, you learn a little bit more of a secret about Scientology. But you know what? You need to know more. But for that, we can teach you for this one, which is even more expensive. And we're talking about 5 figures, sometimes 6 figures to pay out to get to the final level, which basically I'll save you 6 figures right now. They basically tell you L. Ron Hubbard is God. There, that's it. L. Ron Hubbard is God. And that's what you're going to pay for.
And for anyone who doesn't know, who may have just come in, that's the man who founded Scientology.
So basically,
sci-fi author.
So basically, what is it? The Joseph Smith equivalent?
More or less,
who
yes.
formed Mormonism.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that because L. Ron Hubbard was more than just science fiction. He was a pulp writer. He wrote westerns. He wrote sea adventures. He's more well known for his science fiction. Battlefield Earth, which was a movie that John Travolta's love letter to L. Ron Hubbard, and of course we know what a giant stinking turd of a movie that was. Actually, I got the book out there. I did read the book, and I mean that book is like 1,000 pages. And that's one of the notorious things about L. Ron Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard was one of the first little writers that got a electric typewriter. So what he did was he took meatpacking paper, put it into the typewriter. He kept on typing because he always hated stopping. And he'd keep on typing until that roll got too much, rip it off, and get typing. Because once he got on the roll, he got on the roll. He didn't want to have to change anything out. Very unique man. Very unique man. But the thing is I just for those that didn't hear it, Lafayette Ron Hubbard, L. Ron Hubbard, and he tried to use the name L as in without the periods, as in putting himself on the same level of El, the God. Someone told him, "Now you're going a little too far, Ron." So he just went back to Lafayette Ron. Didn't last long, but Lester Del Rey, who was a bit of a character himself, by the way. Only the true stuff about him has come out recently after his death, but until then, it took a while. Even then, no one really knew this true story of Lester Del Rey of Del Rey books. And he got tired of hearing Hubbard bitch and moan about paying taxes. He goes, "Tell you what, just start a religion," and that's why I started, so he didn't have to pay taxes. And I'm sure he didn't believe in bullshit in the beginning. But as he got older and started getting affected more with illnesses and up there, I'm sure he started believing it. Yeah.
It's funny, if someone had told him that today, he would have had just as much chance of doing that as just simply joining the sovereign citizen movement.
Yeah. Well, the sovereign citizen movement's not getting anywhere. They've been laughed down so much. When I started watching, when it was live PD, right, and you'd have these cops pull people over, the person would come out and say, "I'm a sovereign citizen," and it's like, no. And you started seeing it all the time, and then boom, finally, after a while, you don't hear it no more because they're too busy laughing. Especially when Cash Money tried. Cash Money tried to do that, and he was in Fulton, California.
Yeah, when I was a corrections officer back in 2017, 2018, there was one dude that I know for sure that was part of the jail I worked at who was a sovereign citizen as an inmate, and he basically did. You even look at him funny, and it's one of those things of, you're violating my rights as a sovereign citizen. Like you barely could interact with this person at all.
Well, there's definitely mental illness going on there. I mean, obviously,
sure.
I mean, if you're a sovereign citizen, you're not. You don't think you're beholden to the laws of the nation? No, you're always beholden to the laws of any nation that you're in. Ignorance is no excuse to the laws, they say. That's why I always say, be careful when you go to the country. Make sure you know the basics of what you can and can't do, because something we can do here, you can't do there, and vice versa. Don't get caught in a trap.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, as far as this whole Danny Masterson thing, I mean, you guys already said it. If indeed he did it, then yes, justice needs to be done here.
Yep.
But at the same time, this reeks of Me Too movement.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know how to put it in there. It's like the allegation started 6 years ago.
6 years
That's
ago,
that's still outside of the 7 years. That's still outside of the 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I know, like I said in the comments, like no, it's like it's really hard to know if it's true or not, because there's so many people out there who's gonna have lied about this for so long since the #MeToo movement, and because of those people who have lied, they have destroyed the trust to a lot of people and judgments and whatever it is. They have destroyed so much. So it's just like, is this true or is it not? Like I said, if this is true, and I've been a big fan of this show for many years. I don't like that new sequel thing they did, but but this show, I grew up with this. I love this, and he was one of my absolute favorite characters, and I used to adore this guy. I thought he was cool back in that time. But if but if this is true, you know, he deserves to rot. He deserves to be in jail.
Yes.
But again, it would be funny if this was, you know, just women who regretted having sex with him, and he's innocent, because that have happened to so many people. The same thing happened with, for example, with the Rick and Morty guy. He got, you know, fired from his own show and everything because of allegations. But they found out that that was all a lie. He was innocent. But that destroyed his whole career, so he cannot go back. He cannot be on Rick and Morty anymore. And he did a side series, another series with some aliens. He got fired from that show also, and they replaced the actor and changed the voice completely into a different voice, to a British voice. And I love the actor who plays a new voice. It's Dan Stevenson, who played Legion, and I love that actor. But it can destroy, you know, if they find out he's innocent out of the fucking blue. Sorry for my swearing, but out of the fucking blue.
The swearing's fine. The swearing's fine.
Go ahead, dude. Say what you
I've
fucking
already
want.
dropped a few bombs.
I want to make sure everybody knows. So swearing's fine. That's why I had the disclaimer at the beginning.
Yeah.
It's promoting yourself when you first get on here or in the middle of a topic.
Yeah.
That's what I'm putting it into.
But again, if they find out he's innocent and he's been in jail for a while, you know, either way, his career is ruined. There is basically no coming back from it, because that's how it's been for so many. Johnny Depp is one of the few people that actually had a chance to come back from it, because the whole live stream and everything that they did. But if he's innocent, you know, it's going to be really sad for his career.
And the thing is, you still have women going after him, even with everything.
Yeah.
They're saying that Amber Heard was railroaded. And it's like, well, there's enough evidence there that says not, you know.
Yeah.
And
it's like you still have those that worship Anita Hill. I mean,
I just say, even beyond what real life implications this had, what happened to that show, because he was on the ranch. My wife was actually watching it, like waiting for the second part to come out, or second half of the season or something, or another one. And that show took such a drastic turn when they found out they had to write out Danny Masterson. And I really feel, because the character who was his girlfriend on the ranch, I really enjoy her as an actress. I've enjoyed a lot of her shows that she's been on. I remember her from Grounded for Life, and then she was on a show with David Spade and some other people. I really enjoyed her. And what happened to her character, because they made her character the bad guy, because they had to write Danny Masterson out, and it was very sudden. And I was like, God, that's such a shame. I really liked her character so much, and it kind of turned her into the bad guy, the bad girl, that, you know. And it was like, God, that's such a shame. And it really destroyed that show. Nothing was the same after that.
No, because
I'm talking about the ranch, and I'm talking about the ranch, not the second show.
Yeah, you have something like this come up out of the blue where they have to go on the fly to make an adjustment because of what happened. And as you're saying, it ruined the show.
This is the first time you ever did an open panel in a long time.
Well, there's been a reason for that, Brandon. It's because of incidences that have happened in the past on Pop Talk, and I'm putting an end to that.
Why have you came to my channel for a stream?
Brandon, I am busy. When
No,
I have
you can probably DM me on Twitter so I can get ready for that day and time.
Brandon, like I said, I'm busy. I have my own streams that I have scheduled. I have things that I have to do during the day. So I take whatever time I have to do my own streams, and then on Fridays and Saturdays, I try to give myself a day of rest or 2 days of rest because I have other things to do around the house.
Why I want to be on your next episode of Pop Talk.
Well, Brandon, we'll have to wait and see.
You invite other users to Pop Talk.
I know I've invited other users to Pop Talk, Brandon. But
Yeah.
there are also episodes of Pop Talk where it's just Baron, Cash, and myself talking.
Yeah, it's the three on the top. The Mike, Baron, and Cash Money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I do streams of other users on my channel.
That's strike one for you, Brandon. As I said in the beginning, no self-promotion until you've been called upon.
Oops, sorry. I'm new. It's been a long time since I came here.
I know it's been a long time, but these are the rules. This is the first open panel since May, and I've mentioned it twice already. What the new rules are and what will follow. As a reminder, if you do not follow these guidelines, strike one is a verbal warning. Strike two, panelists will be removed for 5 minutes. Strike three, let me just move the banner. Panelists will be removed from the stream. I am serious about this, folks. I'm not joking around. I am not doing this to embarrass anybody. I am doing this to make sure that things that have happened in the past on Pop Talk that I have never been happy with do not happen again. I am not joking around.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's all right. Just make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
So does anyone else have anything they want to say about Danny Masterson before we do move on to our next topic?
That's all for me.
I just hope that this is real and it's not, lies for whatever reason. But I'm not gonna pick any side because it's hard to believe what is real with this whole case.
Exactly.
Because it's
Well,
she say, he say, it goes forth and back, and we live in this age that we live in now that it's really hard to trust people.
Right. I mean, and being honest with you, I'm hoping he didn't do it because I hate to think that someone out there and prayed like that on somebody.
Yeah, I totally
I'd
agree
rather
with
have
you.
it that
I
way.
hope
But
that
the
it
thing
didn't.
is, I hope he didn't do it. But the thing is, I'm a realist. If he did do it, boom, punish him. So again, I'm going off that neutral point. I'm going in there with the attitude that he is. He's not guilty and he's not innocent. As I think a lot of people should be doing with a lot of things, even when you have these cases come out like that, because you start hearing stories and it gets you curious. It's like, okay, what are we not being told, or what went down? What shenanigans happened?
Do you think
regardless? Oh, go ahead, Paul.
Do you think it would be a fair comparison to say that this is kind of similar to what happened with Bill Cosby?
Yeah, in some ways, yeah, because you have the same modus operandi. You have, someone being accused of drugging and, doing that grape thing, Kool-Aid. And, of course, again, it was people from a while back, but I think there were some that were within the 7 years. But they also found out there was a lot of them that were lying.
Right.
Yep.
Which
Yep.
helps throw,
Yeah, that's true. Baron,
which
that's
helps,
true.
yeah, which
My
starts
biggest-
bringing in, okay, who's telling the truth and who's not. So,
My
It's
biggest-
like he say, forth and
My
back.
biggest comment on these kind of things, regardless of whoever it is, it's just kind of a shame on you for even being in a position where such serious allegations can come up. I hang out at night, but there is a saying, nothing good happens after 12. You know what I mean? So they say that for a reason. And that's kind of the thing. It's just like, be smarter. That's all. Just be smarter a little bit. Everyone.
and Uncle, it could be the case. It could be exactly because there's a lot of people that hate
They're trying.
Scientology.
Yeah, they're trying to make an example of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't like Scientology either. I like to see them crash and burn, but let's do it right.
Yeah,
folks.
same here.
And I also agree with Kathy says. Yes, there are people who have had this happen to them actually, and they're afraid to come forward because people won't believe when that happens too.
Yep. And that also comes back to the people that have been lying and all that kind of stuff for a long time with all this. It's hard to believe in people and what's real and what's not. That's the thing. They destroy everything with it. They're destroying the trust to people.
Well, I mean, either way, you have people wanting to advance themselves by destroying somebody else. Whether it's just say if Danny Masterson is guilty, he was trying to advance himself for his own gratification. If these women are lying, they're going for their own gratification of having an opportunity to get money.
Yep, that's normally what it's all about. It's money and attention and all that kind of stuff.
Right. So, and don't get me wrong, stars do that too. So again, everybody, everything's on the table, in my opinion.
It is.
And never be offended. Again, I'll say, never be offended when the question is asked. You should be prepared to give an answer.
Yep.
And when you hear the answer, expect one of two things: something you want to hear, something you don't want to hear.
Ooh.
Prepare yourself.
Exactly.
Right.
We all have different opinions and different views on everything, so it's
right,
and that's
well,
okay.
As I like to say, I want to hear what I want to hear, not what I like to hear. In other words, what I want to hear is the truth. It doesn't mean I'm going to like it. So, so as that goes, it's like, I do want to hear what I want to hear. It just doesn't mean it's going to please me.
Yep.
And so, don't
That's
get
how it
confused
is.
by that. Yeah. You only want to hear what you want to hear. Yeah, I want to hear the truth.
Yeah. And if he is guilty, it's gonna be a punch to the soul, man. Because a lot of us grew up with this guy. So
Yeah. I mean, as it goes, Cash Money has been doing his best to ruin cryptocurrency because he feels his money is threatened.
Sure. Well, I'm still not going to give. I might give Jace a discount, but Spartacus, I'm just not sure. Not sure about.
It's just because I'm Norwegian, right?
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah.
As a Norwegian, I can sit back and say never trust a Norwegian. They're shifty. Shifty people.
Well, I'm also a gypsy at the same time, so
He's a gypsy. He's from Greenland. He might be Portuguese. Who knows? Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Who knows? But as long as he's not Swedish, that's all I gotta say.
Will delay any mods.
I don't think I have any Swedish. I hope not, or Danish.
From Berto Starfield.
Brandon, I'm gonna have to mute you.
That's the sour. My mom's getting the sour. My mom's taking the sour.
All right, we have this article from Bounty in the Comics, and again, folks, I'm not messing around. And for those of you who are playing Starfield right now, this will probably interest you. I know I've played it. I know Baron has played it.
Serious
So what do
question.
you,
Yeah.
Sorry.
what do you guys think so far before getting into this? I just wonder what you guys think so far of the game.
That's what I was going to ask too.
I like the space combat. I'm not too crazy
Mhm.
about the ground combat.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
I don't know. It's okay. I've played it for a few hours, but
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. Like, why aren't there vehicles in this? Like, why are we always like
Yeah,
we need vehicles on the planet? I don't know why
Yeah.
they're lacking on certain things, but
Well,
yeah.
So,
I
A
mean,
lot of things they should have added on, I think, in my opinion.
and I have a
and,
follow-up question
no.
to Jace's. Is it actually something new that they've done here, or is it basically just Skyrim / Fallout in space?
Well, in my view, for example, in my view, it reminds you a lot of, No Man's Sky, but it's a lot more in it, in my opinion. I've not played fully. I have just gone through some of it. But overall, dude, I think the game it's lacking some stuff. The NPCs are really mentally challenged when they look at you.
That's never good.
They're like judging me. But
I
I'm used
judge
to
you.
that. Yeah, of course. I'm Norwegian. Of course, I'm gonna be judged. I have tattoos on my face, tattoos on my arms and everything. I'm gonna get judged either way. But no, you can compare this to a lot of different games. But that's how I felt when I first saw the trailer. Well, 90% of all games out there, you can compare it with some other game. A lot of them, look similar and all that kind of stuff. So it's not a problem for me anymore. It was just in the start that I just felt, I wasn't excited or anything. But I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to try it. And then I tried it. And yes, with the whole pronoun thing, I think that is stupid. I think you could just go for the classical, normal thing that we do, male or female character. The clone thing, I have no problem with the clone thing at all. I've gotten this asked questions a lot.
Your
I
clones
don't care
must
about.
be impressive. You must be very proud.
But the thing with the cloning is that we have had a lot of, from Yu-Gi-Oh to other sci-fi stuff. We have a lot of characters. Laura who's X23, for example, too. That a lot of clones have been. They made them into females, and they are cloned by guys and men. Men. And for me, that's no problem. I've seen it so many times before the woke times. I understand that we live in this new society that we are wary, and we're looking over stuff, and it's like, yeah, it's like understandable, but that doesn't bother me. It's mostly the pronoun thing. I was just like, yeah, doesn't need to be there. But overall, the game is fun. That's the thing. The game is fun.
It is.
They should have added a lot more other stuff, like vehicles but it's still early access to a certain point, so we will see what happens in the future with the game, at least. So
Yeah, I would recommend, if people want to try it, get Game Pass and try it on there if you're really curious about it.
Yeah, that's what I did. I have Game Pass. I do recommend Game Pass. Yeah, I recommend Game Pass. It's really important.
That's what Baron Cash and I did. We decided we would try it on Game Pass instead of forking over $70.
I mean, for me, I'm enjoying it. I've only ran into a bug a couple times, which honestly, for any game, is good. I mean, we knew, just like any game, there's going to be a glitch or a bug somewheres.
Always.
When it comes around to Bethesda, but when it comes around to Bethesda, you might as well sit back and say this is bug free after experiencing 76 and other things out there. I mean, I roll my eyes at the pronouns, but just like there's two things that could be potentially bothering a person. That's the pronouns in the gender swap clone. Those are just two things. Other than that, I've run across everything that's been about neutral, right? What we ask for in a game. It's not like Baldur's Gate, Baron Fetlight, where you can.
That's your favorite game, Baron.
No, that's Moss's favorite game.
Forgive me for being out of the loop, but what's going on with Baldur's Gate?
You don't know? Oh,
No,
that's
I
where
don't
you can
know.
have sex with Claire.
Wow.
Full-on Claire sex
Optionally.
in there.
And
Yes.
squid
Yeah, if
face,
the opposite,
basically,
yeah,
octopus face,
And you
all
can
that
also
kind of
kill those characters too in the
Yeah.
game, and then you don't have to do any
yeah,
of it.
With
But
Baldur's Gate, it's like they did not care
uh,
about anything in the game. They're just like, we're
right,
just gonna let you do whatever you want in the game.
yeah,
right.
Oh,
And it's a
okay.
little
I
too
gotcha.
much. It's a little
Orgies
too
and
much.
stuff like that. Yeah, way too much.
Yeah.
And it's like, and as I
Incest,
said,
it's all everything.
Ew.
and like
It's
I said,
everything.
if it was on the level of what Starfield is, I just roll my eyes and go with, okay, no problem, I can live with that. So I'm staying to my roots. If Baldur's Gate was like
with
this,
Hogwarts.
I wouldn't have any problems. Yeah,
With Hogwarts, we didn't get mad when we saw the trans character at all. It's like, it's
no,
just a character who's on the side. Nobody really cared about it at all. It's just like, okay,
yeah,
whatever.
exactly. Roll your eyes, move
yeah,
along. Except for
yeah. It's
Animos.
just
You had to show off the
right.
magnificent Wanda.
Well, Moss is just looking for the lesbians and the furries.
Always. He's got to find them, man. He'll
Mhm.
find them someday. He's
By the
on the
way,
journey. Yeah.
By
He's
the
on
way,
a
I just
journey.
started Starfield on my PC with the Game Pass, so we'll see how I like it.
Yeah, it's not bad. I like it. I mean, yeah, it's going to feel a little like Skyrim and Fallout a little bit because that's their niche, but it's still its own unique entity. And the fact that you can fly around, customize starships. I mean, some of the stuff that we're bringing forward, maybe they'll start putting in like vehicles and stuff like that. Some of the stuff because
some
people
small
are clamoring
things
for it.
just
For all we
make
know,
it a little bit more filled in the world.
Right. Which that was my main concern, aside from the whole pronoun thing, is there anything that they're doing new to their established open world formula?
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
I see there is some stuff, but it's still the same, still the same across the board. It's just a different universe.
Yeah.
There's
It's a lot
always
of the
gonna be a
same
little
stuff we've seen
difference here and there and
before,
stuff,
but a little difference. All games are like that most of the time now. It's nothing original anymore.
I mean, each game company has their thing, and this is Bethesda's thing. That and bugs.
Yep.
But they decided to forego the bug thing on a high level. No, I
don't want to interrupt, if it's like a Bethesda itch you've been having since the last game, this one will make you scratch that itch for sure.
Good.
Because it's just a different game it's the same game with a different skin, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah, and a lot more ambitious, I'd say. With having 1,000 worlds to choose from, and those worlds will just because one of the worlds is like I have in my game, it doesn't mean it's going to be in your game, because if it's not an important world part of the gameplay, it regenerates. So you find a desert planet somewhere, while I find a temperate planet. It's the same planet, but in your game it's different than mine. So you got that going for you.
Yep.
And your Muslim uncle is saying, I downloaded and have Game Pass, so I don't feel like I'm giving them any money because, yes, I feel strongly about not giving credence to pronoun ideology as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say. That's why I say just use Game Pass first, play it, and see what you actually feel, and if you like the game, and suddenly you're like, okay, you know what, I want to buy the game.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And hello, Keely Chow, roll tide.
Hail, Keely.
Hey,
Keely.
Keely Chow, yay!
All right, so let's go ahead and get into this article.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you guys have something else you want to add before we do.
No, because what I want to add to is what this article is about.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Man,
let's get into
let's
it.
go ahead and jump into it. All right. So this article says Nexus Mods founder confirms site will delist any mods that remove pronoun modifier from Bethesda Starfield. This is by Spencer Pacoli. It was posted just yesterday on Bounded into Comics. It says, in an escalation of the ongoing controversy surrounding Bethesda's latest release, Nexus Mods founder Robin Dark One Scott has confirmed that the popular PC game mod hosting site will work to delist any uploads that seek to remove the option for players to choose their pronouns from their own personal copies of Starfield.
Mm-hmm.
What if we don't want it in there? What if it doesn't really matter to us? It's like, I know, this is nonsense.
It is.
Word regarding Nexus Mod's stance toward such Starfield mods was first brought to widespread attention on September 5th, courtesy of Twitter user at Metalma9035. I'm not going to read that whole number. Sharing a screenshot from a now deleted post made to Starfield's Steam discussion page, wherein user We My God can be seen excitedly announcing that Nexus Mods would not be supporting any mods that remove pronouns. And then the original poster criticized the Starfield community's cognitive dissonance, in their rhetoric regarding the pronoun modifier. Starfield community, the pronouns are just a minor feature that's not important. The user wrote, Nexus Mods, all anti-pronoun mods are banned.
Okay. So, if it's a minor feature in there, it shouldn't bother you if we take it out. What's so important?
Yep.
If it's so minor, no.
Yep.
You have just admitted you're trying to push something. If it's minor,
Yep.
let the people who play the game decide what they want on it. It's not a slight or attack, but you are finding it a personal attack because we're not slavishly worshiping you at your feet on that.
Yep.
Again, this is not
I agree with you.
This is not ire against anybody, but this is ire against the fact that you're insisting and pushing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And here's the thing: this ain't the first time. This ain't the first time that Nexus has done something like this. It's actually there's been two other instances involving the remaster of the Spider-Man game.
Yes, that happened.
Where someone wanted to make a mod to replace all the Pride flags with American flags.
Yep.
They took that down and banned that guy's account. And then with Hogwarts Legacy, there was a mod that actually Crit found that apparently made the trans character that runs the three broomsticks make her sound like an actual woman.
Right.
They took that one down.
Yep, I remember that one.
Of course they did.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember that one.
Yeah.
These are just optional. It's just like give people an option. It's the same thing with Forza.
Yeah.
Why is there pronouns in there? It's like, oh, why is it a big deal to you? It's like, then they're like, oh, it's a big deal because we don't need it in there. Just give us an option.
Right.
There's pronouns.
Yeah, we don't need it.
I'll refer to any
people who don't want it.
pronoun. I'll
Right.
refer to any pronoun you are in real life, but in a goddamn video game, I ain't gonna respect your
Serious.
character, bro. I'm probably gonna rob it and take all its loot. So.
That's right. I
Well,
like that.
not only that, it's like you only got three choices: he, him, she, her, and they, them. What about all the other ones? The thee, hers, and all the other. I mean, again, you're not giving those people the opportunity to put their pronouns in there. It should be open.
What about the xenogenders, man?
What have I always said here on Pop Talk? I identify as a Klingon, so that would, my pronouns Klingon.
There you go.
Yeah, they didn't even include you, Mike. They didn't
Kapla.
include that in the game. That's bad.
I know.
My pronouns are fuck you. I identify myself as a lesbian stuck in a man's body.
The funny
So
thing
that's-
is, like, if somebody just put, I don't think it would be a big deal really at all if somebody just put an option for not to have pronouns. So you're playing Forza Horizon 5, there's an option no pronouns. If you want to put pronouns in, fine. You don't want to put pronoun in? No, it can't be like that. Why not? It gives everybody all the options they want. Then they
Because
can all
they
be
need to make
happy.
sure that people don't mistakenly
Exactly.
reference your avatar for a male.
That's
all.
right.
Well,
That
and
and-
again, if it's just a minor thing, then it's a minor thing having this mod.
Yeah, I think what it really is, though, and of course, the most notable guy to bring this up is Az of heel versus babyface, but I agree with him. I think it's more along the lines of we go to video games to escape stuff like this in the real world, and they're trying to cut off all avenues
Yeah.
of escape.
Yeah.
But that
Just
is how
like
it is with
pronouns
movies,
for
the
real
games, and
world.
everything.
Yeah.
With just an escapism.
Right. Like I said, it's just there needs to be an option for this stuff. If you don't want it, you don't have to have it. But they can't do that. They force it on you, and then if you don't accept it, then you're some kind of bad person to these ridiculous mobs. Always.
Right.
I mean, the whole reason I play games, the whole reason I stream a game is to relax from the busy day.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, that's not realistic. Well, I don't want realistic. Well, you know, the armor that the Space Marine has and the Sister Battle has, there's that. Well, yeah, because it's escapism. I know that. It's ridiculous. This is outrageousness. It's fun. Don't start going around saying we got to change this stuff to make it look more realistic. Oh, we have to make Judge Dredd's uniform look more realistic for the movie. No. You know, there's a fantasy. I don't want reality for this.
No,
I just
no,
want
I
to
agree
have
with
fun.
that. I just want to escape the real world and have fun.
Life. You know, it's part of like being a respectful environment, not to refer to somebody in you know in the wrong pronouns in real life. All right, but in a game, like Paul was saying, it doesn't matter. You know, they're all video game avatars in the end. So technically speaking, we should refer to them as computers. So I don't really. It's kind of sprites. It's kind of ridiculous to me.
And
I'm part of this whole I'm part of this whole Generation X, Z, whatever the hell.
You are, man.
It's kind of ridiculous to me, even.
Yes.
And this wasn't a thing like 10 years ago. So
well, it's always ridiculous, but it's also that whole thing about entitlement. It's just the same thing with the Nexus mods. Certain mods are fine. So if there's a mod that turns all your characters LGBTQI61289 to infinity, you know, that's great.
But just keep on going.
That's right. Exactly. But if there's another mod like the one with the flags or whatever, they're optional. But it's certain rules that they want, and then other rules that no. And so they're not going to be fair to people. So you want to put this is against our rules. Why? It's optional. It's stupid. Right. This is what this is that nonsense again.
It's no different than putting in a mod that allows you to have a Star Wars ship and a Star Trek game and vice versa.
Yep.
And I think what Nexus Mods is also failing to consider is that they do not have the monopoly on mod sharing websites.
No, they don't. They're gonna probably
there are other sites. If you look hard enough, that you can find that I'm sure would be happy to take mods.
But I think they're the
Nexus
primary. They're the main hub actually of mods.
Right.
So.
No, I could give you one. GitHub.
Is there GitHub?
They could just move on. They could just move right on to GitHub. Be like, all right, you guys are gonna,
you
guys are gonna block our pronoun mods. We'll put it on GitHub.
Well, right, and that's it. And they do know because they're being sanctimonious and look at us, how great we are. They know. They know. They don't care. They're just pushing their way. They just don't like the fact that you have an opinion. Something that's going on there is innocuous. And they'll say something like, well, this is innocuous, this pronoun thing. Then this should not bother you.
It's another situation with rules for thee, not for me. That's it.
Exactly.
Unfortunately.
Yep.
Right.
All right.
But
so this article,
it's a shame that something like this hurts the game. It's a shame. But it's not Bethesda themselves doing it.
No, it's another company doing it. And this article goes on to say, however, upon further inspection, Metal discovered that the next day that the situation was less clear-cut than originally portrayed, finding that in reality, Nexus does not appear to have made a statement of declaring such a ban currently. Though I am seeing a lot of conversations on the matter in the Steam forums. He also noted that original poster, I'm God, I'm just calling him that. I'm not reading the whole dang thing. Appeared to have been banned for openly admitting that in their unspecified professional life, they actively discriminated against white males.
Why?
The plot thickens, folks.
And
Kill
then you guys should also know that. Oh, go ahead, Baron.
Okay, well, what? I think this is a cue for
What the hell you say?
Then they're finding out that this guy is supposed to, then on the other side, people are saying, oh, this guy has been drama. He's been banned from Steam forums, and it's very hard to do that. And I'm like, I don't know about that. Something about that seems fishy to me.
A little shady.
Yeah, it is. And this article goes on to say, with social media left torn between the believability of the claim and the lack of any official word from the site itself, these conversations on the matter eventually caught the attention of Nexus Mod member, I'm just going to call them War 10, who in turn took to the site's official forums to suggest that its administration offered clarification on this disinformation in order to avoid the eruption of another controversy. Following a brief discussion amongst some of the forum's patrons, War thread was joined by Scott, who pointed to the site's official post regarding their previous Marvel Spider-Man Pride Flag controversy and declared, our policy on this sort of content is laid out in this news post, specifically paragraph 3. Whether you continue to use our site based on this policy is entirely up to you, he concluded. Locking the thread, however, pay particular attention to the second to last paragraph and the last paragraph in that news post. The same applies here. Goes on to say in the article, in the first of the cited paragraphs, Scott asserts that the site's policy is thus, we are for inclusivity. We are for diversity. If we think someone is uploading a mod on our site with the intent to deliberately be against inclusivity and or diversity, then we will take action against it. The same goes for people attempting to troll other users with mods deliberately to cause a rise. For our part, we will endeavor to do a better job at moderating our website to this ethos ourselves. And it
You
continues.
morons, you have just proven that you are not diverse and you're not inclusive.
Yeah.
Look, all they're doing
because this
is
pod doesn't do that.
it's just buzzwords again. Those are, that's what they
It's
love.
word
They're
salad. It's
buzzwords.
word salad.
It
Word
is.
salad,
It
yes.
is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's attention seeking
It's-
too.
Well, yeah, I mean, basically, I think this settles it completely down.
I call bullshit.
What was that?
I call bullshit.
Yes.
Can't hear that enough. Can't hear that enough.
I love it.
Not when you have a story like this. You guys over there have turned yourself into what you accuse others of being, because this mod hurts nobody. Because you don't have an online game yet. You don't have interactions with other players, live players, that is, in this game yet. Now, if you had the an online version down the road, you'd opt to do that. I can understand that then, because you're going to have people playing there that want to do make believe, blah blah blah. But this is a single player game. It hurts no one. They're not promoting hate. They're not promoting divisiveness. They're just sitting back saying, for all you know, you have a person that's in there that does identify as they and them, but they don't want, they still want escapism.
Right, but they want to be divisive because it doesn't follow their agenda. So they want to be in control. It's the same thing with the comment sections. It's like, why was this? This wasn't even considered hate, but you took it out because it's just the way it is. How dare you say this? Or you make jokes about even pronouns. People will censor your comments. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, as it goes, again, asking questions is hurtful. How dare you?
That's right.
Oh yeah,
That's
don't
right.
ask questions.
And now it's
harmful.
Right. So
Just consume product.
Right. Now you are, all this yes and phobe stuff just because you asked a question.
Yep.
And you can't answer the question then. Oh, it's not that important. Well, if that's that important, then why can't we do it? Well, you're this and the phobe and divisive. No, you are.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right
No,
down
I agree
to
with
the
you,
core.
Baron. I agree with you, brother.
So this article goes on to say, we don't want to and won't argue this with you, begins the set of 2 paragraphs subsequently pointed to by the site's founder. We've now explained our stance, and we won't be providing a platform for you to distort our position in order to feed an irrational and paranoid narrative. Yet, you're going against what you said, like we just said.
Yeah. And also they're pushing away a lot of people that have been using this website for years to find some other websites that, you know, might have these options of removing the pronouns and all that kind of stuff, and go to the alternative and find other creators that, hey, we want it. So we have it. So come here, man. You know?
You know what that last paragraph sounds like, Pacific, that you just read? It sounds like, haha, we've said something you don't agree with, and now we're going to block our comments so you can't argue against us.
Yeah, change the goalpost. What do? They always change the goalpost.
That happens all the fucking time.
Yeah, because it's always, it's not about being fair. It's about their feelings. Always.
Yep.
Right. Right.
So it finishes.
What about our feelings? Our feelings are
They don't care about our feelings.
Exactly.
They don't care about our feelings.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. That's the hypocrisy. Care
Yeah,
about
we
my feelings, fuck you on yours.
Yes, we the loud minority matter more than you. Most of the silent majority. That's basically what it boils down to.
To quote a certain wrestler, it doesn't matter what you think.
Right. Exactly.
Yep.
So this article continues on by saying you can do that elsewhere where we won't care enough to read it. You don't care to begin with. You want to be inclusive and diverse, yet you don't want other people to change something because it doesn't fit with your narrative, because you're one of the sheep. You're one of the damn sheep.
Yep.
And with them wanting to... Oh, sorry, Baron. Go ahead.
Go, Paul. Go, Paul.
I was just saying, with them saying, oh, go read it somewhere else where we won't care to read it, it kind of goes again what I'm saying before. Haha, we said something you don't like. We blocked the comments. We're trying to create an echo chamber here.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. That's how it normally works. That's how when you have debates with walkie pokies on Twitter or other places, they will say something and then they will block you because they don't want you to answer back. They just want their own opinion. They don't want to listen to you or anything. This has happened so many times. This is something these people do all the fucking time.
And I want you all to say something after I read this last quote here. Mr. Worf, ready all phasers and photon torpedoes. All right,
Right away,
this last quote here. If this policy upsets you, they conclude, if we've broken some moral code of conduct as a business that you can't accept, then please delete your account, bottom option, and move on, as we will.
Wow.
Suppressing the right of speech.
Yes.
Freedom of speech. Kind of like Yahtzee Germany.
Yeah.
You know, like the amount of people who have probably paid for Nexus Plus and shit, they're basically telling them all to go F yourself and delete your account. That's nice.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
That makes you want to do business with them, doesn't it?
But that's how it is. That's how these people are. This is how they are.
Can't wait to see you guys go bankrupt.
And the funny thing is, like, yes, these people are acting like the wokey pokies, as Jace says. I like that. It's funny.
Yeah, I like that name too.
I'm going to steal that.
Wokey
I'm
pokies.
stealing that.
The wokey pokey and turn yourself into a tizzy.
That's right. There's other people that even aren't on the woke side. When you say something and you ask them questions, that they want to censor you too. It's just annoying. It's just people that don't want to be reasonable about stuff, and it's always about them. They always care about their feelings, but they could give two shits about yours.
And the perfect quote right here.
Yep.
If you don't like my politics, don't buy my book or
that
game.
woman with the glasses.
Funny.
We got you, Stella Cruella. We got you.
Yeah.
It's funny, one of the writers for the High Republic in Star Wars said that very same thing about one of her books.
That's what we're just talking about.
Yeah. Oh, I thought she was the. Oh, wait, I forgot who it was who said that quote and what book she wrote. Totally forgot.
It was one of the High Republic books that she wrote, and she was playing bullshit in there.
Yeah, and then we had.
If you don't like what I write, don't buy my book, and people did it.
And the same thing happened with the one Miss Marvel writer. She also said the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Right, and
well, I'm happy. I'm not gonna buy the
books. You find out
books
that
'cause
they're
I
out
don't
there
care.
whining. Yeah,
I don't.
But
I
then
don't
they
blame
go out
you,
there
Jace.
and whine.
Yeah.
Why is nobody buying my stuff? You told them not to.
Is that a good site, guys? I have never used that one. So
I'm not using
ModDB, yeah, it's a good site. I get Battlefront 2 mods. there.
ModDB.
But it's also the
.com.
same thing. For example, with Eminem when he came out and just like, if you're a Trump supporter, just I don't want you as a fan and fuck off. And yeah, I'm open that I'm a Trump supporter. I'm like, okay, sure.
It's just
you bent the knee anyway. You became
it's another
shit either way. I don't fucking care, man.
exactly. It's another example of somebody who is always like, I'm going to fight the
Bless you.
system. And then he becomes part of the system. He becomes his own enemy. It's just like some of these streamers. The same thing. They start going out. They call people racist for their opinions. It's like you became what you used to fight. What is wrong with you? But they don't care.
Yeah,
so
man.
whatever.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
well, I just don't want to get
was
involved
going
in that
around on
YouTube drama, but yeah.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, I was going on one of the fake books, and was going to answer some stupidity that someone put into a Star Trek, their Star Trek group, and of course, to do that, you had to join them, and then they have the question is, what do you? It basically was a STD thing, and I was making a comment, going to make a comment in there about that. They go, "What do you think of STD? Is it great or is it garbage?" I put garbage. They go, "What do you think? What is your opinion of President Joe Biden? Is he a president or is he a fraud?" It's like, what does that have to do with anything?
Yep.
It tells you everything that you need to
tells
know
you about them.
If you join that group, expect to be ridiculed if you have a different point of view.
That's right. Every time.
Oh, I do. But the thing is, I know of my answers I put in, I won't get accepted in the group because that's the thing you have to accept. You'll put in there. They see that. It's like, no, we're not going to let that person in. He's not in the echo chamber. It's like, no, I think STD is crap.
Yeah.
It's like,
No, has nothing to do with Biden or other stuff. You just that show is shit.
What does it have to do with?
It's
with
the
Joe
same.
Biden? Honestly, or Donald Trump, or Bill Clinton.
Right. The same thing, as I've said before, like here in Norway on Outland in Oslo, when I was, gonna try to get some Chuck Dixon books and Ethan Van Sciver and stuff like that, and they tell me that, we don't support him because they like Donald Trump, yada yada. What the fuck does that have to do with the case?
Nothing. But they have to do it because they're obsessed with it and they want people to agree with them. It's crazy.
I want to read the fucking books. I want to read comics. That's what I want. I don't care what they support.
I was somebody. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna say I don't care what they support. Like if it's a good fucking comic or a good book, like fucking hell, I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna read it. But they went right into my face and just like, I'm like, oh, you fucking idiots.
I'm going into full asshole mode right here. But you have the people going out there and they're whining.
That's my pronoun.
Banned books. The banned books. Oh, we got to make sure people read these banned books. So you're going to put My Struggle on there? That's been banned a lot of times. That should be in there.
Right.
No,
and
we'll keep that. Well, why are you going to keep that one banned?
You go into a comic book store. They're watching Boston Legal at the time, and then it's like, oh, remember that news station of this? And I'm not going to go into all these details. And I just walked out of the comic book store. I'm like, you know what? I don't care for this conversation, so I'm just going to leave. And then when they're done with it, I'll come back. I don't hate this guy. I think he has some good knowledge on comics, but I don't want to listen to this crappy conversation. So I just walked out. I came back later.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's their right to do that. And yes, and I'm going to say something even more that might rattle people. Nexus, they have to do that. They're a private organization. You have the right to do that. Yeah, go ahead. Ban the stuff you don't want. You are a private. I'm not going to. It'll be against the First Amendment for me to force you not to be able to do that because you're private.
Yep.
You're not doing this on a governmental level. But again. Just like he sat back and said, if you don't like it, you can leave. Well, don't get upset when people leave then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's what they do. They're like, oh, we're losing people. Yeah, why the fuck do you think you're losing people? Why the fuck do you think so? You're pushing people away, you fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Right. Over something you admit is nothing.
Yep.
They admit it's
you're
nothing,
drawing a
yet
line in the sand.
they want to make sure that everybody follows lockstep in making sure that, okay, you don't remove this pronoun feature from the game. You don't. Make sure you're a good little sheep and you put in your pronouns.
Actually, Mike, you have it wrong. They don't want you to walk in lockstep. They want you to walk in goose step.
Well, the funny thing is, like, even though they can put together a really good game and they've got a lot going on, but even stuff did you want to say something, Brandon?
Yes. There's 9 people here right now. What's the rating for your channel? If it was a movie rating, what would a rating be?
I'm sorry, Brandon.
What would a rating be if there's a movie rating?
What?
Like a rating? Yes.
For the channel?
Yes.
R.
I don't know.
I'm on it. It's R.
I mean, you could say R. You could say for those 18 and over.
I'm 22.
I think the rating is 25.
I'm 20. We're doing 23 next month. Who got 2 strikes so far?
Yeah, it's just the new rules, Brandon.
Who had a second strike?
You did.
You
did.
And I was not. I was not removed. I was still there.
Yeah.
Okay, Brandon.
That was okay.
There was noise in the background. That's why I muted you. That is
The
strike number
noise?
2. Yes.
Yep. The noise was my mom taking a shower.
There was something else going on in the background too.
The living room TV football game.
The rules are, Brandon. I'm not messing around with this. The rules are mute any unnecessary background noise.
Even
to give an example, I'm trying to mute as fast as possible my dog.
Make sure you have headphones on or earbuds.
Headphones on the box, the red ones.
I think before we continue on, Paul has something to say.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Paul.
Master Paul.
I'm just letting y'all know that I'm heading out for now. So thank you, as always, Pacific, for having me on here.
You're welcome, Paul. And at this time, please promote yourself.
Right.
Well, first I want to promote my next appearance here.
We could do that jointly. We can do that jointly.
Okay, that's fine. Tonight, myself and Crit are going to be reviewing the first Godfather movie about 9:30 Eastern.
Oh,
and then Wednesday, the plan is that I'll be joining the usual guys here for Pop Talk. I'm still feeling out those lines for whether or not I can get off all day of work tomorrow so I can be there Pacific. So as soon as I let you know something, as soon as I find out something, I'll let you know.
Well, remember, it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday that you're going to be on for Wednesday's Pop Talk.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, pretty much that's what's coming up.
Nice seeing you.
Yes.
Again,
I love it.
It's nice seeing you, Paul.
Wednesday,
I can't wait.
Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern will be Pacific Forum for Pop Talk, and Paul will be here with us as soon as he's able to.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
And
I'm looking forward to having our little brother.
And one last thing, Spock, I'm getting back into Star Trek Online. We got to play together sometime.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you. Let me know when you want to get that going.
Yeah.
I also
All
took
right.
a break from it myself. I haven't done any of the events. Just I've been playing some other games.
I'll tell you what, man.
I gotta go.
Star Trek Online is pretty much becoming the new Tuesday night Trek starting this coming week. I'm gonna, of course, get back into watching Deep Space Nine, but I'll do so pretty much through the guise of a gaming stream. So it'll be the usual deal where whoever wants to pop into the panel with me can, but I'll be playing Star Trek and talking Star Trek.
Sounds good. Yeah.
That'd be
Let me
cool.
Real nice, Paul.
let me get it back on. I have to reset some of my keybinds. It's been a while.
I gotcha. But anyways,
And
again,
I got
thank you
mine
guys
going. I got my
for...
Galaxy class.
Look at that handsome face.
Smile, man, smile.
Yeah, smile. No.
Careful
Fuck
what you ask
that pillow. Yeah,
and you were
Hey, this is my
frozen
pillow.
there
It don't
for a
need
little
fluffing.
bit. You were frozen there for a little bit, so it's like, oh no, oh no.
ATM. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh no, he's frozen in carbonite. Paul, thank you for hopping on the panel.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah.
Looking forward to Wednesday,
Good
brother.
seeing you guys.
Yeah, see you, Paul.
Oh,
All right, let's get my mug off. Let's get my mug off here.
But I like your mug.
You gotta put my mug on. I'm the most important.
Paul's gone.
Well, you have a great beard. Look at that beard, man.
Yeah, look at that beard, dude.
Yeah.
Love that
My-
Federation map too.
My Tom,
Behind
my
you.
Tom from Wish. Love you, brother.
My God.
I just got saved. I just got saved.
Huh?
Oh,
The headphones. What was the headphone spot? My head.
good. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
And I got these. I'm going bowling tomorrow.
All right. Sounds like a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. Bowling.
So let's go ahead and get into our next article.
Right.
And
we got another article. Cool.
yeah, yes we do.
Oh my God.
And has anybody watched the Netflix One Piece series?
Yes, I love it.
I watched
It's
it in one
it's
night.
9 out of 10. 9 out of fucking 10.
Yeah.
I love it so fucking much, bro.
I'm not lost it yet.
I've seen it in like about 2-3 episodes. I really like what I saw.
I love it. Everything, the acting, the characters, the chemistry between the actors, everything. It's just this is how you do it. This is how you do live action adaptation. And I was honest that in the start I was really hesitant because of the track record of live action movies of anime. Not done well for years, but this one did well. It was amazing. I gave it a 9 out of 10. I have some problems with the editing, but if it wasn't for that editing, I would have given it a 10 out of 10.
Understandable. And Cash, Baron, and I have watched it with Crit, and Phil's been there with us as we've been watching it, and we've all enjoyed it so far.
Yeah, it's an enjoyable show, and we're gonna finish off the last 4 episodes soon.
Oh, you're gonna get hyped. I can just say season 2 will happen. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, we keep on watching.
Well, of
it
course,
with
man.
the-
Just
And I'm
I'll
curious.
take one. I'll take one off Anonymous, but I'll keep this one up.
I'm curious because it
go
sounds like
hug a bear, Anonymous. It's all right, man.
Yes.
You know,
Sounds
let's
like
go ahead.
there's
Let's
some
go
great-
ahead and play that real quick.
Yay!
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
The only thing that misses those two characters should have been bears. Then Moss would have been happy.
You would have been happy, man. Why haven't you Beargate 3, Anonymous? What the heck, man? That should be your favorite game of all time, right? After
Yeah,
Hogwarts?
Don't you want to experience Baldur's Gate? You know, be an elf and have someone shapeshift into a bear and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that exciting?
Dude, I would
Yeah,
love to clip
come on.
that into a fun clip, Moss. I'm just saying. I would love that. That would be fun.
Anonymous. You should know very well by now. It's been a year. that clip has been created. Yeah, and you should know by now that clip's going to be played anytime you are in the chat or on the panel.
Oh.
So we have this article from Bounding in the Comics that was written by John F. Trent and posted on the 7th, which was Thursday. It says live action One Piece tops Netflix top 10 charts with a booming 140 million hours viewed. Netflix recently released their global top 10 chart for the week of August 28th to September 3rd, and the live action One Piece season 1 took the top spot. Well, I could see why. It's a very good show.
Mm-hmm.
Netflix reported the show racked up 140.1 million hours viewed and 18.5 million views in its first week. The series dropped all 8 of its episodes on Thursday, August 31st. Netflix explains that a view is the total hours viewed divided by the total runtime. Values are rounded to 100,000.
It deserves all the fucking news.
It does. It does.
It does.
Netflix also reports the series placed in the top 10 in 93 countries and was first in 46 of them.
Nice.
And this is some of the countries right here.
Yeah.
And again, it was number 1. Africa, it was number 1 in Egypt, Kenya, and in Europe, Austria, and in the Americas, Argentina took the top spot.
Well, you know what that means? It's time for a song. I watched my One Piece down in Africa. How you like? Good.
But no, this show, this live action made me want to watch the original anime again, because I never finished it and I was never a big fan of One Piece overall. But after watching this live action, I was just like, you know what? This sold me to actually want to watch the anime full and all that kind of stuff. I might even start reading the manga because of this live action. So,
all right. I mean, that's the thing too, Jace. You're just a perfect example of someone who's never seen the anime, watching the live action series. Now you want to explore more of the property.
Because back in the day, I only watched like 4 episodes, and it's like, nah, it's not for me. And I watched one movie, One Piece Red, at cinema with a friend of mine. But I never really got into it. It was kind of not my thing of anime. But because of this live action, it sold me to want to learn more about this universe, learn more about these characters, and even my partner that have never seen One Piece either. My partner was like, this is a 10 out of 10 show, and my partner also wanted to start reading the manga and watch the anime also. So, and my partner was so casual, with One Piece. So,
I'm glad he liked it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There are those of us who can't really get into anime, and then there are those who are trying to get into anime, and not every anime series is going to be one that you're going to say, yeah, I like this one, I like that one, because for some of us, we like the humor and comedy that's in some of the anime series that are out there, and then others prefer the more serious,
right,
with maybe a little bit of humor thrown in here and there just to add some levity. So this article continues by saying, however, the series did not take the top spot in the United States. It was still bested by Who is Aaron Carter limited series. Well, that's the US's loss. For comparison, when the live action Cowboy Bebop dropped its first season for the week of November 15th to November 21st, the show only racked up 21.6 million hours viewed globally. Well, that's because it sucked.
It sucked hardcore.
Yeah.
the fact that IGN said this is better than the live action One Piece is just it's.
Oh boy. I mean, and Daniel Pineda didn't help it. Also,
No.
Literally saying she wouldn't wear that. She would not wear that outfit when she literally wore an outfit akin to it on some other random show with some dude slapping her butt, and she's doing stripper moves and whatnot. It's weird. So literal hypocrite right there.
Yep.
And it was the acting was not good, the pacing was not good, story overall was not good, and it failed, it flopped, and if I don't remember wrong, it got canceled.
And also,
Yeah,
Ed
after
did
one
not.
se-
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, after one season, it got canceled.
And also, Ed did not translate well to live action. It just didn't. She just didn't.
And real quick, ladies and gentlemen,
I'd buy that for $1.
with a $5 super chat, the Pro Life Form says, I hear Cash and Baron are the same person and actually hate science fiction. Mike and I need to have a Trek trivia standoff. Much love, Pen on chat. Good to see you, bro.
Memorial, hail to your brother.
Well, you know, you got Michael Chiklis Jr. here, or some people actually say that he's Amish and that he wears his sunglasses at night. So,
Yeah, that's what I gotta say.
No, I think Cowboy Bebop could have done well if it got the same treatment and
Of
love as
course.
One Piece did, and I think
Of course it
most stuff do that. And we all know, we also know that the people that make Stranger Things are gonna make a Death Note live action adaptation for Netflix, and it's gonna be a TV series. I'm really wary about it because I'm a big Death Note fan. For fuck's sake, I have tattooed Ryuk on my arm like a big tattoo. But again, they understand more of what type the world Death Note is in, so I have a little trust in the people that makes Stranger Things that they can do something. But I just hope that that live action adaptation TV series will get the love and praise that the show really needs. We all remember Netflix the movie didn't do so well. And I've seen, you know, Death Note, for example, live action from Japan, the 4 movies they did, and they were amazingly fucking done. Like, they were accurate to a certain point. They changed some stuff for the better, but what they did was, you know, using the heart and love for the franchise, for the IP. They understood how the characters are, they understood everything with the lore. So I think with the best example now is One Piece. With One Piece and Death Note from Japan, if you give love and praise and care about the IP, then, you know, don't destroy it. Don't do any woke politics or other stuff or change too much. Yes, small things you have to change. That's normal with every movie, TV show. Small bits can be changed, but still keep it to the lore and keep it grounded like the characters and how the IP is. And Cowboy Bebop could have done that, but they didn't.
No.
So that's it.
Well, it goes down to that letter and spirit of the law. When you in translation, even translation of an animated series to live action, there's interpretation. You know, if you do changes in that to try to fit it better,
and I may change stuff from manga too, you know.
Yeah, and really the whole Faye Valentine thing was just horrible, because it's like, okay, John Cho, all right, he's an older Spike, it seems. Okay, Jet, this seems okay. And when Crit and I were watching, this is okay. Then when Faye Valentine comes in and it's like, wait, you're not supposed to be in the scene. This doesn't relate to the anime. And she starts cursing. And you're just like, this is horrible. And I know of another friend of mine who defends this show and said, well, it was the hardcore anime fans is the reason the show got canceled. No, this was a lot of Netflix fault. Netflix screwed. I know.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, did you notice how good I was? I had then with my lips once when Cash was talking. Notice that, Brian?
I'm just trying to figure out if you have the same shirt on as yesterday.
Me? I do.
And like it also stands here, some things just don't translate well into live action. So you gotta take creative liberties of what you can do in live action, and some things you can't do. Like, for instance, Ed. How are you gonna get some kid to play Ed? Because that's the whole point. Ed is supposed to be a child, not some not some grown woman pretending to be a child.
Right. Ed is a
Yep.
child. That is true. Yes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just it's just be respectful to the franchise you're playing in, even if you make changes. And we might not necessarily like the change, or we might actually do like it. But if it's within the confines of what the universe is about, we accept it. It's like, okay, I didn't necessarily like it that way, but
Yeah,
it's
and a
still
good
within that realm.
example. Yeah, and a good example is the live action adaptation of Death Note that came up a long time in the past when Japan when they made this. Is that they did one change that was really interesting, or two changes that I think was really interesting. Is that they made L survive until the end of the series of the movie, and they also made the father of Light survive. He didn't die, and the whole payoff, what they did, was still the same as the manga and anime, just that L and the Father of Light still survived, but it still had the same outcome, and it was done perfectly in that way too, and it worked. So small things can be changed, but it has to work for the IP, for the story, for everything like that. You really have to care about it. And again, the fourth movie was really good because one thing they did, I don't know if you guys have seen Alice in Borderland from Netflix. That
No,
was
I haven't.
No.
that's also a good adaptation of a manga and anime. That was really good. So I forgot to mention that. That's also a really good, other than One Piece. But the guy who made Alice in Borderland, he made the fourth Death Note movie, and what he did, he got a lot of free choices. So he made a whole new story, new characters in this world, and it worked really well. And it did fit the other movies and the story perfectly. Other than small changes that I was a little bit like Light having a kid, a secret kid, didn't quite make sense for me, but it still worked somehow. But what they did is that they also introduced Misa again, and we don't know what happened to her after the movies or the anime in a way. All we know from the manga and anime is that she committed suicide because she got too depressed of living without Light. That's how the producers, basically the creators of Death Note, told it. But what the guy who made this fourth movie did, he actually listened to the creators of Death Note and had Misa actually commit suicide in the fourth movie. It's a spoiler, but they actually did that. He did that in the story. And it's just like he actually listened to the creators themselves. And I just like, that's how you do it. Listen to the creators, listen to how they created the IP, the characters, and respect the source material. And they did it in a really nice, full way too. So yeah.
And this article goes on to say, in its second week, it would bring in 36.9 million hours. However, by its third week, and it's talking about Cowboy Bebop for anyone who's just coming in, by its third week, it had fallen to 15.2 million hours. It was no longer listed in the top 10 globally by its fourth week. That's because it wasn't very good. Looking at other popular series on Netflix, The Witcher Season 3 only saw subscribers view the season for 73 million hours in its first week when it debuted in June. It did bring in 15.2 million views. In its second week, hours hours viewed would decline to 66.5 million hours and views would drop to 13.8 million. In its third week, it dropped 32.1 million hours viewed to 8.3 million views. It garnered 20.1 million hours viewed in its fourth week and 4.2 million views. So it just kept dropping. Given the hours viewed in its first week, it's possible that One Piece could be well on its way to becoming one of the most popular English language TV shows on Netflix. The current top 10 English TV shows on Netflix include Wednesday, Season 1, Stranger Things, Season 4, Dahmer, Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer story, Bridgerton Season 1, The Queen's Gambit Limited Series, The Night Agent Season 1, Stranger Things Season 3, and Bridgerton Season 2, The Witcher Season 1, and Queen's Charlotte, the Bridgerton story. So there you go. One Piece, it's having fun, and
It's doing
viewers are
well,
having fun.
and it deserves it. And it deserves it.
And I'm not going to actually read the whole article. I am going to go ahead and show this article, but season 2 is written, and it will be ready to film when the strike ends.
Yep, I'm excited when they get to season 2. I'm really excited. I'm not going to spoil it, of course, but I'm just really excited of what they've shown in the first season, and I'm excited to see how they're going to move forward. I'm really excited for it. The actors deserve it, the producers and creators of this live action deserve it, and I'm really happy that Uta was a part of it all. And they actually gave a green light to a lot of the stuff they did, because he's the one who basically was in charge of it, because he watched over it because it's his baby. That's how you can say it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what a lot of creators should do.
Yep.
If someone's going to take their manga or a comic book or an animated series and adapt it into live action, then the creator, as long as they're still alive, should oversee everything and say, nope, I don't like this. I don't like what you guys are doing. It change it back to how it's supposed to be.
And it's also
be strict
funny
about it.
Yeah. And it's also funny because one of the actors, Tyler Skyler, who plays Sanji, I think his name is Sanji in the series and stuff, but he almost got the Wokey Pokies and some other anime fans, you can call them, I think.
Yeah.
But they're trying to cancel the actor because he played the character too well.
Mm-hmm.
They went on a big tirade on that and trying to cancel the actor for doing such a good job on the goddamn character. I'm like, that is stupid as fuck, dude.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, Wokey Pokies there. That's how stupid they are. But hey, here's a concept. Why are you getting viewers? You're delivering what people want.
Yes.
Hey.
You're
wow.
They're
What
listening.
a concept.
They're listening. That's what you should listen to, the fans, and listen to what we want. And this is escapism. This is exactly what we wanted with this live action. That's what we want, and we want more of it.
Yeah.
We want more good TV shows that we can say to one another, oh, you got to check this out, Brandon. You got to check this out, Pat. I wannabe.
What's going on, my dog?
It's a very good show, and the characters. You actually care about the characters.
Yes, you do. Dude, I will say this, even though I'm a black metalhead and all that kind of fucking stuff, I cried in certain scenes in One Piece because it was just so well acted. And I actually started to cry a little in certain scenes. So my partner started dissing me. My partner is just like, are you really crying right now? And I was like, yeah, I do, because this scene is just really well, especially with young Luffy. Those scenes from the episodes, it's just like, it hits. It's so well acted, so good story. And I'm like, yes, I do share some tears for this.
You're a big soft.
And I don't cry.
Sorry,
easily.
Brandon.
I haven't watched the show yet. I'll just show you off my dog. His name is Sparky. Yep. Oh, you're a cute doggy. Yep. I'm showing you off my dog. His name is Sparky.
Dog.
Yep. Sparky.
How old is your dog, Brandon?
4 years old. He just turned 4 back in July.
Nice.
Yep.
But yeah.
So is there anything that anyone else wants to say about One Piece before we move on to our last article?
Yeah.
Thank God we're getting good entertainment.
I did
go and watch it.
The Starfield game.
And what would you like to say about Starfield?
The rating for the game?
Are you interested in playing the game, Brandon, or
I missed what's the rating for the game? What game rating?
The rating for the game, I believe it's rated M.
I did. I looked up on the website.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. It's on Steam,
pretty good.
Xbox. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty good. You're a decent user.
We do what we can.
Yep.
So
I actually did watch One Piece on Friday. I watched it clean through. It started to get a little late in the final episode of the season for me, but I just finished it out. I thought it tied up the season good. I know nothing about the series, about the anime, but I know a little bit. Like, I've seen clips here and there. I knew enough that I thought the costumes for Luffy were spot on. I was like,
it was
looks
so
great.
spot on, dude.
It looked very good, knowing as little as I know. And so I turned it on, and my wife got hooked into it enough. Because she's like, are you going to stop? And she's like, and I said, no, I was just going to keep watching. She's like, oh, good, because I got interested in it. So she'll probably finish it out here pretty soon. So I'll probably have another rewatch myself. And I enjoyed it. I was going to say, from the outside in,
accurate, in my opinion.
He is a little goofy. But from what I've seen in the anime, he's very goofy in the anime.
In the anime, he is
so
seeing
it, that's the only thing I would say is people have to recognize where it comes from. And there's a couple lines. It's like, oh, that's silly. Why would he yell that? There was a couple little things. I was like, this is goofy. But overall, I thought it looked great. A lot of practical work done on that set. Lots of practical.
They did both things right with that. Good practical effects and good CGI. That was really well done. They mixed it both together really well. And if people say it has bad CGI, well, you know what? I don't know where you have been. That live action does not have it's
Go
not
watch
bad
the latest
CGI.
Thor movie.
but we enjoyed it. We're not necessarily anime fans, but we both enjoyed it. We would suggest it to other people. We're both
One Piece
around
does
50,
does a good little remedy of, like Jay said, just mixing in practicality with CGI. That's what it's supposed to be.
I have my headphones on.
Thank you, Brandon.
And I have this wireless headphones.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yep, so when I go bowling, I can wear these to avoid the loud noises.
Thank you, Brandon. And unfortunately, there is some noise going on in the background. I know it's not Baron, but Brandon, I'm sorry.
You're gone!
That is strike 3. I'm serious about this, folks. I'm not messing around.
Yep.
And stay on topic.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Stay on topic.
Mm-hmm. Even though we're good at derailing, but we still attempt to stay on topic. But it's the show's good. The show's good.
Mm-hmm.
The show is
and I'm not.
so good.
I don't know much about it. Yeah, and this is what we want. You don't have to be an anime fan. Just like I don't know who is that.
You don't need to be an anime fan to understand the story at all.
Right, because it's not about anime. It's about the story. And that's what's important about it. And it shows that anime has good.
And they did it well. The most.
If you're interested in pirates and goofiness and fun stuff going on, and definitely One Piece is worth watching. Yes, they changed a few things from the anime, but not much, and that's okay. That's okay.
But I'm gonna speak for myself and say the only thing from One Piece I've seen is the Django Dance Carnival film, and of course that amazing song that came with it. I gladly will listen back to that over and over again. But I can imagine that people really liked it because it seemed to do everything. If people really loved it, the people seem to do it better than how they did it with Cowboy Bebop. Just gotta have love source material. Simple as that.
And Jace is back.
Accidentally kicked
What? That's two times. No, 2 times today.
Come on, man.
It happens. It happens.
Fucking Jace.
I've done it on streams too. But ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I want to reiterate: this is how open panels are working from now on. If there is any background noise, then you get the warning, which Brandon received the warning. And then there was another incident of background noise. That was strike 2. And then getting off topic with more noise, unnecessary noise. Strike 3. If you feel the need to unsubscribe, unsubscribe. If you think I'm being too harsh, well, again, this all narrows down to things that have happened in the past on Pop Talk that I am putting an end to. You can say, Mike, you sound like you're in a mood. Well, I want Pop Talk to be the best show it can be. And I expect everyone to have respect for fellow panelists to talk about the topic. That's what I mentioned at the beginning. If you don't want to talk about the topic, you don't have to come on. But stick to the topic.
Yep.
Your panel, your rules, bro.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And I like if it's something that I'm not knowledgeable or whatever, you still get something out of it. It's like, oh, okay, I can see where people like it's a solidarity thing to be a little Polish there.
Exactly.
And Brandon, I understand that, but again, that is part of the unnecessary background noise. If you hear your dog barking, mute. Baron does it all the time.
It cussing and swearing when I'm doing it too. My God, yeah, dogs.
If I have to get up and grab something, I mute myself.
Yeah.
I don't mute when I pass gas though.
You know what?
That's an experience,
wow,
bro.
Baron. Wow.
You know what, Baron? Put yourself in a little timeout for now. All right.
Yeah.
Wow, Baron.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
That's right, folks. Baron just gave himself a strike.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
I'm just hoping whatever
That's
dog is on the
expected.
other side of the monitor is snoring. You can't hear the snoring, but my dog is snoring up a storm.
Yeah.
I understand you were wearing headphones, Brandon.
So
but there
it
was
wasn't
unnecessary background noise, which I will bring this up again. Unnecessary background noise. That means if you have a dog and they're barking in the background, mute it. Like I said, Baron does it all the time. When he hears his dogs barking, he mutes himself. I understand you can't control if you're going to sneeze when you're on stream, because sometimes a sneeze can come out of nowhere. But again, please mute any background noise that can't be heard during the stream. That includes dogs. That includes cats meowing. If you hear your cat meowing, mute it. I know I've watched plenty of streams where people have their dogs barking in the background. What do? They immediately mute it.
Yep.
Because of things that have happened on Pop Talk in the past with open panels, that's why I've had to put in these rules.
Yep, and rules are sometimes really important when you do podcasts or streams or whatever it is. So I've done the same. I've done the same things myself after a lot of shit that happened, and after that, I have to make rules.
Yes.
And this is the big one right here. And I've had it scrolling across the bottom of the screen too during the stream. It's in the description on both Rumble and YouTube. If you do not follow these rules, these guidelines, whatever you want to call them, strike 1, you get a verbal warning. Strike 2, panelists will be muted for 5 minutes, which you were, Brandon. Strike 3, any unnecessary background noise, which was one of the guidelines, panelists will be removed from the stream. Again, I am not messing around. You see me when I'm joking? Well, this is me being serious. This is me putting my foot down. I'm not doing this to go viral. I don't care about that. I'm doing this because there needs to be some sort of order.
I'm so sorry. I just looked at the
some
chat.
sort of organization.
I just see Phil McCracken is here.
Yep, he's here to start his nonsense.
Favorite
again.
elf.
Oh.
Elf. Thank you.
You're an elf?
I didn't know I was. Apparently, I'm an elf too.
I thought you were
I'm
a
tall,
Nissen.
but.
And
then I'm
you're too
a
tall for a
Brandon?
Nissen.
You are not banned from coming back onto the channel in the future. It is just strike 3 for this panel.
And being that we do, now that we got
No
Phil,
coupons for you, Phil.
And T-Gap Steve says, are you sending Pinkertons to break his kneecaps? No, T-Gap Steve. But there are things that have happened on Pop Talk. Baron and Cash are well aware of it. And they know I have been happy about it. They know the reason why I decided that open panels were going on hiatus. And I'll give you all a little refresher. Back on the June 5th edition of Sunday Pop Talk, we had someone who was a trusted friend of Pop Talk go off because he wasn't on the panel when I was asking for suggestions from our guest, the Smoking Patriot,
right,
and members of the chat. This person felt that because he had more subscribers than any of us, that he should be on the panel. No, that doesn't fly to me. I wasn't going to just send him an invite and disrespect the fact that I had already invited the Smoking Patriot for other people to come on. No, that was the Smoking Patriot show. And Smoking Patriot knew that I was going to be asking for suggestions beforehand.
Yep. And I also wanted to add that, other channels aren't as nice as Mike. Other channels would be like, you're gone. Done. Never coming back. Never. Mike's been very nice about this. Other channels, no way.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Wait till I get on your channel, Jay. You're going to regret it.
I'm pretty sure that if I were to say something out of line on Jace's channel, on Baron's channel, on Jet's channel, on Padawanabe's channel, on Cash's channel, on Spock's channel, that they would say to me, Mike, don't ever come back.
Out the airlock. Oh, okay. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, no, rules are important. It really is.
Always.
So, I'm still an Ewok. Yub yub. Yub yub. Yub yub.
Yub yub back.
Jingle fingle wop.
That is correct, Brandon. For the rest of this stream, you cannot come back.
Mimi.
Why would I not kick Cash or Baron out? That's because they would hear it from me backstage. They would know. They've gotten to know me. They know when I'm not too happy. They get the silent treatment. All right, let's see.
Oh my God. Sam's a good character, though. I'm
Legolas. I'm happy.
Oh,
yeah,
come
Legolas is a great elf.
Look at Crit causing problems as always.
I know. That orca, man. I told sometimes you got to porch those whales, man. Like it's not good, but you know.
I thought I was more of a Gimli. Don't I look more Gimli? I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I am Gimli. Oh, yeah. Oh, Baron is Gimli. Sorry.
You are Gimli, yeah.
You are.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Crit. I love your choices. Good job there, Crit.
Yeah, it's good choices.
They're not bad.
No. For one, you give yourself a gold star there, Crit.
Leia gets it. Yes, Leia. No, not here.
I just want to say no to Moss for what he said in the chat. No. Let's not talk about that.
That's the ultimate easy mode there, Animos. Yeah. Remember, easy rhymes with sleazy.
Exactly.
It does. That it does.
Oh, it does.
You can get an STD from plain easy mode. And I'm talking about Star Trek Discovery, which is even worse than the other STDs.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Oof.
Yes.
All right, so let's get into this last article before we wind up today's show.
Wow, we're gonna make it. Wow, I like it. Oh, but anybody wants a sandwich? It's pretty good.
That is not a real sandwich. Get that out of here.
It was for his health.
Let us see you eat it.
I don't believe it. That's fake news.
Yeah, I'm full. That's why I'm offering to you guys.
If that is a real sandwich, you go ahead and eat it, Baron. Show us it is real. I dare you. I double dog dare you.
I've been found out. Doggone it. I lay my head in shame.
I knew it. I am so smart. I am so smart. SMRT. SMART.
SMRT. All right. So we have this last article here, and it's from Video Game Chronicles. And it says Gargoyles remastered based on the 1995 Sega Genesis game gets a release date. It said modernized Disney cartoon tie-in will be released digitally and physically. And who do we have hopping in? Well, guess what? He's hopping in. Guess what? He gets it twice.
Anonymous.
2 times in one day, Anonymous.
My God.
What's that? Run away, young man.
Porn.
Hi, Moss.
Welcome, Moss. Hi, Moss.
Hi, Anonymous. Hi, Anonymous.
I never expected him to that. He wanted to talk about porn. I didn't think he was that kind of a person. Well, he likes bears. So okay.
Okay. I'm gonna play one of the new. I'm gonna play one of the new clips. I'm gonna play one of the new clips just for Anonymous.
Relax, will you? For crying out, what's got into you? I'm breaking your balls a little bit. That's all. I'm only kidding with you.
I'm only kidding with you.
All right, so as it says, the modernized Disney cartoon tie-in will be released digitally and physically. And it starts off by saying the HD remaster of Sega Genesis platformer Gargoyles is set to release next month. Disney announced last year that the 1995 game, based on its animated TV series, would be getting an HD remaster, but didn't give a release date at the same time. Disney has now confirmed that the remaster will come to PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC via Steam and GOG on October 19th. The Gargoyles game was only released in North America for the Genesis and has players controlling the TV show's protagonist, Goliath, as he explores New York in search of the Eye of Odin, an evil artifact that corrupts anyone who owns it. The remaster lets players play the game in either the original 16-bit visuals, which is probably how I would play it, or with a new hand-drawn art style, which makes it look more like the cartoon. Pre-orders for the digital version begin today and will cost $14.99 for the US or $12.49 in euros. Limited run games will also be releasing the game physically in 3 different editions: a standard release for $34.99, a classic edition for $69.99, a collector's edition for $174.99. No, thank you. Get rid of that pop-up. The classic edition comes in a VHS style camshell case, a VHS tape shaped box, and steel book cover. The collector's edition contains everything in the classic edition plus a larger box that plays a voice, and a limited edition Goliath action figure, a poster, an enamel pin, and a certificate of authenticity. Well, I mean, that all sounds good, but really all I want is the base game.
It should be fun. I mean, they could make a sequel to this, I guess. I don't know if there ever was a sequel, but remakes.
Not that I can recall.
Some of these remakes are nice. Sequels would be better, but some of these remakes are nice, and this game does look fun. So I think I did play it.
I've never played it. Never.
I think I did play it a bit.
But that's
I rented it from Blockbuster.
I just looked up a Let's Play of it. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It reminds you of the Lion King or the Aladdin Genesis games. Looks good.
Yeah, because they use some of the same programmers and animators for the Gargoyles games that they use for those.
Yeah, so or of those games, yeah. And like I said, the only game I'm looking forward to getting this year is Bomb Rush Cyberpunk.
It's a fun game. A lot of fun.
They're releasing a multiplayer mode for it.
Oh man, I know, but I don't have the money to get it right now. Damn.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, me too. I need to grab it eventually.
I want to get it.
It's a lot of fun. Yeah, if you want to pay the extra
collector
money,
edition.
sound.
Yeah, this collector edition looks so much better than the Mortal Kombat 1 collector edition.
I agree.
You actually get more here.
Yeah, the only thing I can say about that game is just, at least they're trying to implement the original old designs for the original games that they tried and bringing back some old 3D era favorites like Nitara and Ashra. But again,
with Megan Fox, no thanks.
Yeah, it's just no.
I don't see many games doing this collector edition stuff where you can still buy the game physically and give you a bunch of credit. That's pretty cool. I like that because I used to put a lot of games on my shelves, which I still do.
Yeah,
but everything is digital now.
Yeah, I get Bomb Rush digital on my PS4, but I want to get a physical copy on. But I don't have
Bomb Rush did something like this, a big collector's edition with some little action figures. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I mean, same thing. I mean, again, I love it because I love Jet Set Radio Future. That is one of my favorite games on the original Xbox.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's something I would pick up on its release day, but it is something to think about, something to play. Bring back those old Genesis memories.
Yeah.
Not. Sounds like fun.
So does anybody have anything they want to add about this before
I'm
we?
Against...
You're against gargoyles? I knew it.
No, I just want to say that the collector edition looked nice. This is nothing I will pick up because it's not my thing. But I do like the collector edition, though. I think that's pretty cool, and I like that. I like it when you can get a lot of various stuff with it, and not like Mortal Kombat 1 and other stuff. You get like small shitty things that is 3D printed in a really bad way. So I think this is really well done. I think this is cool for the people who wants it. I think if you're a fan of this, pick it up and get a collector edition. Physical copies are the best.
I definitely know somebody. I'm no longer on speaking terms. But I know he's guaranteed to probably get this collector's edition. Guaranteed. I know it.
I mean, I can see collectors like your friend picking it up and other collectors picking it up just because of the nostalgia reasons.
Yeah, but this guy ain't my friend, at least not anymore. He hasn't been my friend for years, and I really want nothing to do about it. I don't even want to speak this dude's name. He's such a jerk at this point.
I'm sorry. I said sorry.
not that you, Barry.
I'm sorry.
It's some other guy.
I'm so sorry.
Look, to put it plainly, he basically, I'm not sure if you ever heard of this guy, Stampy Longhead. He's basically just a discount version of that Minecraft YouTuber, or at least in the way how he speaks.
Okay, I don't know who that is.
Okay, yeah.
I'm blissfully ignorant.
But no, people who likes this, go and get it. Collector edition, physical copies, figures. I collect stuff like that myself, and I think it's worth it if you like it. So
the only big edition I've ever gotten of anything was for Halo Reach, and it was the limited edition with the black box and everything, Halsey's journal and whatnot.
Oh yeah.
That was about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of collections, but my favorite ones are always ones that come with consoles. And the best one I ever got was the PS2 Jack collection. And
you did?
You will never get anything like that again.
That's pretty cool,
sadly.
dude.
That's cool.
They need to release more Jack games if they're doing some classical remasters. I know it's not a Disney thing, but Sony needs to. Come on.
It would be nice. It's just
Get
like
your ass in work and do it.
Don't like the Mortal Kombat one. I'm just not excited about that game. People that are good for them, but the collector's editions for like the Xenoblade Chronicles, different ones, like those are pretty cool. But if you're not giving people a soundtrack,
Armored Core, for example.
Yep, that Armored Core one. It's a bit expensive,
that was
but it looks really cool.
Really amazing, though.
But you got to give people a soundtrack, especially if they're paying like over $100 for some soundtrack, art book, some cool statue.
Some cool incentive that's going to make them want to pick up the game.
Yeah, when you're gonna do a figure, don't do a bad 3D printed figure that have no colors and look trash. Don't do that.
That's
actually make it
Once
cool.
for 2005 Battlefront 2, they gave me like a book with it, and it had like a bunch of background lore on the characters and just stuff to read. So like that's something else they could do with Gargoyles if they don't have it already. It's just like a book you can learn and get yourself excited for when you actually do play the game.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. That could have worked.
I was like, and I bought the collector's edition of Zelda Tears of Kingdom because I had the last one, Breath of the Wild, but I was like, I'm not paying $70 for a base game. Is there another version? And I'll just pay more. Then I get the extra stuff, the art book, and I'm like, yeah, this is pretty cool. I'm like, is this worth the money? It seems to be. But then you have like, what was it? The Final Fantasy VII remake, which was like $250, or the one for Cyberpunk. And I'm like, are you getting enough to justify the money? I don't know about that.
Y'all are talking about these really cool collector's editions, and all I got is the gold N64 Zelda, and then a Toys R Us exclusive controller that was green that was see-through.
That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool.
It's like, that's cool, man.
It's okay.
I'd love to have that in my collection.
But I never, exactly like you brought up. It depending on how much the game was, I would look at those collector's editions and see if it was worth something.
Yeah, that's what you have to.
The most I kind of ever did, there was a couple games. I barely bought anything first day, really, because there was only a handful of games. But I might get like a walkthrough guide, maybe. But that was it at most that I ever did. Everything was just a little far out of my reach. It's like, I could get 2 whole games for the price of that. You know what I mean? Or I might even put it all off because they were notorious for doing Game of the Year releases on hard copy. And it's like, oh, you could get the game and all its downloads for a fraction of the price. And you really only had to, if you could wait a year, you get this super discount. And all those games were so popular, they were still going. This is the heyday, you know?
Yeah, that's true. But nowadays, everything would be patched out. And still, games are even getting expensive because even if they're digital, they're still like $70 now. And you got these deluxe editions don't really add much to the game. One of them.
Except some indie titles, though. But you're mainly, you're right. A lot of games. Yeah. A lot of games are ridiculous. And I remember once I bought a couple of games during the Steam summer sale. And out of the ones I had gotten, they all added up to like, it was like 4 games for $70. So basically, you're paying $70 for a single game that would probably cost like maybe $4, if you're paying for some indie titles. Like it's
Mhm.
ridiculous. I wouldn't have paid. I'm not gonna pay $70 for Diablo 4. I'll tell you that much. After playing 3, it doesn't look like much of an upgrade.
And
again,
again,
just like if I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't have paid for Jedi Survivor to have it on day one. I would have waited.
Yeah,
because of all the bug problems.
And I think we're that generation too. Like we will prepare to buy a better edition if we believe it's better. But then we're also that same again, this is kind of the heyday when things were big. It's like it was tough to go to GameStop and go, okay, I can get this one game, or you know what, let's see what they got used. What? I can get 12 games. I mean, it was tough that because it was all hard copy still, and it was like it's right here in front of me. And so often you would find those games that you couldn't find in stores, or even you hear about. And you're like, oh, I found one. It was so common.
I do miss GameStop. I do miss it. In Norway, they removed all the GameStops. We have no real gaming stores here in Norway. We have like small stores, but they barely sell any games or anything like that.
They had
You
a
have to,
great deal once. I remember that they worked on it first when they implemented it. It was kind of a scam because I bought Twisted Metal and I wanted to return it because it wasn't running well. I think it was scratched or something, and they said they'd only give me like $5 for a $60 game. That was bad. And then eventually, a year or two later, they improved on it. And then when I had like a bunch of PS2 games, I'm like, I'm not gonna play these. Like, can I trade these? They're like, yeah, we have a policy that if you give us your games,
I miss those times.
You can
dude.
pick
I
up
do miss
another
those
12
times.
games from our store for like just as a trade. Like,
Oh,
dude,
man,
I miss those times.
The
Miss it.
best thing though about GameStop was if you know the manager, gotten to know him, and you found some stores that were really cool. You're like, they hooked you up. I got free games. One time there was a guy from Nintendo who came in and gave me some free stuff. I got to try out the PlayStation VR at one of the GameStops. That was pretty cool. I'm like, wow, I didn't get motion sickness from this. This is pretty amazing.
I used to have the life as a kid, man. Like there was a GameStop like 2 minutes away from my house, so I used to just go there every time. And then recently, like a couple of years ago, they turned it into a yogurt spot. So I was just like really depressed. I'm like,
kind of sad, but also I'm kind of thinking that's actually slightly better. Get some froyo, nice.
The nearest GameStop now for me is like 20 minutes.
Where I live, they used to have a really good GameStop, and they removed it, and there was nothing there for years. And suddenly there was like a kids store there instead. It lasted for like 1 year, and they closed down.
Yeah, but I remember. Yeah, there was a game when I used to live in Tennessee, at least where I used to live. Yeah, there was a GameStop in a shopping center. It was right next to a place called Wingstop. I'm not sure if you heard of a place called Wingstop, but yeah, there's a Wingstop and a GameStop right next to each other.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah,
out those places, play some games.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna have some cool figures and stuff like that from GameStop, I just travel to Germany because that's they have a GameStop there that I normally go to when I go for the when I travel to Germany. I always go there to like buy figures and other stuff like that. I remember when I went on a trip with Prismatics, my co-host, and the first time we went in there, suddenly I saw GameStop, and I just geeked out like a fucking kid. I'm like, oh my God, I haven't seen this since I was a little child. Like, what the fuck, dude? They actually have a GameStop here.
Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but like the future has proven are going to just become fewer and fewer. Happened to Blockbuster. It will unfortunately happen to GameStop.
Yep. No, I agree with this talk. That is proven.
The only thing that they hold the line on, like they're holding the line on like giving you collectible items, stuff you can actually hold and put on your desk, like actual physical stuff besides the game. That's kind of why there's still a thing right now. But the games are all just bought online.
I mean, GameStop should really shift their focus away from like specifically selling games to just selling consoles, peripherals, and apparel. That's about it. That's the only way that they're gonna survive.
I hate to say this, but without Funko, how bad is GameStop now?
It's true.
Well,
I mean, what they did
was what GameStop before,
I mean,
it was
they
Funko
did so
and
much
then turned to
Funko
GameStop.
business, man.
Yeah,
what I
Or
remember
Funko
from
Pop, the Funko Pop.
the
Figure.
Funko Pop figures,
What-
yeah, those are.
What I
definitely
remember from Norway is that they kind of stopped selling games for a long time and they barely had any games, and they just started focusing on, collectors, figures, consoles, controllers, everything that you wanted like that. So they did that for a long time before everything in Norway closed down. So
Yeah, it's GameStop was pretty cool, but there was one I go into, and it's like they don't even help you in there. It's just like, wow, great customer service, guys.
is it like
seriously.
Outland?
I don't know. It's just unless you go up to people, they won't help you. They won't. There's no courtesy. It's just when you went into those other GameStops, and people are like, oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, it matters, but just be friendly and be like, hey, how can we help you? They don't even do that. You have to actually go up to the counter. It's ridiculous. I'm like, whatever. This place.
Well,
is
if you come to Norway, just say that you like Biden, and they will help you.
Okay, I'm sure. The code word.
Or Gavin Mussolini. Yeah.
Mussolini. Yeah, Mussolini.
Yeah.
Just be a wokey pokey in Outland, and they will help you. The only thing I'm gonna say,
you're part of the staff.
So where I live in Norway, that's the only GameStop, only Outland that I do like, because that Outland, the boss who runs it is a really great guy. He also watches, the stuff we do on YouTube. He also watches stuff like this, so he agrees with a lot of our opinions on stuff. But he has one worker there that I just hate the crap out of, because me and him, we always get into discussions, and this guy gets mad all the fucking time when he sees me. We had a debate because he was just like, oh, Kylo Ren is better than Jason Solo because, hey, Kylo Ren was in the movies, Jason was not. And I'm just like, that's the stupidest argument I've ever heard in my life.
Come on, dude. No.
Yeah, he did that. And I remember I was going to buy Gina Carano from The Mandalorian. So I was going to buy a figure of her as Cara Dune. And I knew that they had some figures back because they were taking away her figures after she got canceled and fired. And so this asshole worked there this day that I was there. I'm just so pissed that the boss was not there, because then I would have gotten the figure. But this motherfucker is just like, oh no, we are not gonna sell her. She's a transphobe. She's this, she's that, yada yada. We're not gonna sell figure and supporting, transphobia. Yada. I'm like, come on, dude. I want that figure. I've been waiting to buy this for a long time. I came here today to actually fucking buy it. And it's like, nope. So we went in a hardcore argument. And the fun thing is that his girlfriend, it was one of my old tattoo artists. She used to do some tattoos on me. So when I came to her, she didn't know that was me, because he has been talking about me to her, and she found out that was me, and she was like, oh, yeah, she stopped giving me tattoos and blocked me. And the boyfriend, that idiot, also blocked me everywhere.
Drones. Those are drones, man.
They are drones, dude.
So stunning and brave. That's so
very stunning and brave. That's some fun stories of here in Norway, how it works with certain people here. So be a wokey pokey in Outland, in Oslo, and they will help you. If you don't agree with all their politics that they like, you will not get help, and they will just shit talk. That's how it works.
Wow, whatever. They can go fuck themselves. I mean, what? Yeah, I said it.
Yep, they can. And with that being said, gentlemen, it is time to start wrapping up this edition of Pacific 414 Pop Talk. So, Jet Sparks, please, by all means, go ahead and promote your channel.
Okay, yes, you can find me at JetSparks373. I am on Twitter, Twitch, which I may or may not be doing a live stream in a little bit. And also, I'm gonna start uploading some videos on my YouTube channel to Rumble. I think I just completed one of them, so I got more to go. But yeah, you can find me out there, and just find me at all the places. You can even find my link tree on my Twitter, and it's also all the other links are on my YouTube channel as well. So give me a follow in all those places, and just come by, chat, and talk. and enjoy the gameplay or enjoy any content I do.
And I'm
You
going to
didn't
go
do it
ahead and
right,
get.
Chet.
I'm going to
You
get
should
your
have gone
link
rumble,
tree,
rumble, rumble.
and I'm going to go ahead and post that in both chats for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rumble, rumble, rumble. You gotta go. Yeah, I'm going on rumble, rumble,
Rumble,
rumble.
rumble.
That's how you do it. Rumble, rumble. Yeah, there you go. You got it.
Let's
Rumble, rumble,
fucker. Let's do like every YouTuber and TikToker. Let's do a rumble in the cage.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Rumble.
I can't believe that guy's still kicking. I still can't believe it. He's still alive.
Yeah, Michael's going. All right, Spock, your turn.
All right, gentlemen and ladies watching this, mainly ladies, I'm talking to you. Just kidding. You can come over to my channel. We are streaming pretty much anything nowadays. Took a break from Star Trek Online, so I'm just playing a variety of different stuff. We started Minecraft, so we got a baked Minecraft series on there where we all get drunk and high and play some Minecraft. It's a good time. And then
good time.
we also have a Assetto Corsa stream, so we're driving a lot, we're drifting, we play on a lot of different maps. I have a server up 24/7 along with Minecraft, so both are gonna have tutorials if you guys want to join those and play with us. We're usually on there on either game, and just also been playing some Dark and Darker. I've got a couple of streams on that. I'm actually playing it right now, but it's really fun. You guys should join us on that.
All right.
Hey, ladies, come join me at Minecraft, and we'll do some Minecrafting there. Because
Hell yeah, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jet Sparks and Spock both do great content, and there you see what Spock is playing at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jace.
Well, I want to say thank you for having me on here. It's been a pleasure, and I love you guys. And Mike, keep up doing what you're doing. I love these streams. You can find me at 540 Studio. We are gonna stream in around an hour. It's gonna be 5cast with Jason and Spotter Chris, episode 4. Since we have started a new show on Sundays where we talk about other stuff we don't get around in the mainstreams on the Beyond. So we're gonna stream soon, and there's a lot of other stuff that we are working on that I'm excited to do at some point. So yeah, come and watch us if you want to. Everyone is welcomed. And we are just nice people who we are PG-13 channel, right? Fuck yeah. But no, thank you again. And like I always say, life's too short. Make the most of it. And everybody out there, none of us would have been here today if it wasn't for all of you guys out there. So thank you for support and love. So yeah, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Jace. Really appreciate you topping on.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, and you only get away with one fuck on a PG-13. So I just want to let you know.
That's true. That's true.
Like how the rating system works, you are allowed one. So plant it correctly.
Exactly. Make sure you use it at the most optimal time.
Yeah, if people think we are PG-13 when they come in, you're lost. Yep. But again, thank you. So go to the next person, man.
I am. I'm grabbing everybody's link.
He's interrogating all of us.
You're up.
I got nothing with the date scheduled. The only thing I'm doing right now is playing Gears of War with Appy on his channel. So we'll be doing that sometime this week.
Hell yeah, brother.
We'll probably finish Gears of War 3. We worked our way through the first 2. But we are having the darndest problem with Gears of War Judgment on Game Pass for whatever reason. So
bugs.
They need to work on that.
It's just not. It's crashing all the time.
Awesome. No, we can't find each other. It doesn't even register
bullshit.
We're there, and we can't even make it so we can join. And to be honest, on the first 3 Gears games, it's kind of the same way. You have to find them. They don't show up. You just kind of keep joining and make it public. and then you have to find their chapter, and then all of a sudden they appear. It's so weird. But
Yeah, it
we
is.
have figured it out for the first two, so Gears of War 3 should go off without a hitch. We have not figured out Judgment yet, so we'll see where that goes.
That's
Have
because
you-
it's too touchy.
I know it's a completely different
oh.
franchise, but do you like Aliens Fireteam? It kind of plays the same Gears of War.
To be honest, I thought it played way more like 4 and 5 did. I thought there was way too much stop here and kill this much or wait here for this amount of time. It just seemed more like horde mode, like zombies and stuff like that.
Is.
You
Yeah.
know, where the first
doesn't really bother me, but I can see where you're coming from.
the first 4 games, 1, 2, 3, and Judgment, I felt were great. Even though Judgment was made by a different company, they have it's a little bit different feel, but then they have some content that continues in the Gears of War 3 game. You get to see you get to be different characters than Dom and Marcus. You follow Cole, and when you play that part, it is exactly the feel of Gears of War 3. So
I have
I
to,
give my hats off to
add,
those
though,
first
like
4.
definitely their newest pathogen update. They are finally trying to make more than just waiting and stopping in an area to kill something, which I also kind of got bored of. They're kind of changing their layout a bit, so I hope they keep doing that.
Good, I would like that. Yeah, but that's all I have right now. So sometime this week, and I dual stream that on my Twitch channel. Also, the Padawannabe with
cool.
the underscore and all that. So
Awesome,
good
bro.
stuff, man. Cool.
Now, wait a moment. You
Let
said
me-
you don't have a date? Well, you better not because you're married.
Let me go ahead and get your Twitch link real quick.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome.
Tell your wife.
But if we can get Gears of War Judgment to work, that one is 4-player in the campaign. So we're gonna try, if we can get it to work, we'll try and fill up all the spots. So hopefully we can have a 4-way stream, which would be kind of cool.
Whoa,
Like your Grogu with the Starfleet badge, by the way.
Yeah, it's anniversary. Yay!
Yeah.
I figure I'll just leave it on for a week or so. Or as
No,
long
leave
as
it
it's
on until
pertinent.
September 28th.
It's more pertinent on these channels, so
Leave it on until the 28th because that's going to be the anniversary of Star Trek Next Generation. So.
Oh, okay.
All right, and I am placing the Padawannabe's Twitch link into
Woohoo.
both chats.
Thank you, and thanks for letting me on.
Not a problem, brother. And thank you for joining us for the member stream yesterday.
Yes.
As well as Jace coming by into the chat and Baron
Yeah, of
coming
course, man.
coming on. I appreciate that.
Yeah, coming in, watching a loss.
And now, Cash Money 007.
That's the wrong
So-
person. Where's Crypto Coin?
Oh,
God
crypto
damn it.
coin? No,
Yeah.
no. You just don't want your, your discount. That's the problem, Jace.
Oh, right, the discount. Okay, I forgot
Discount,
that.
man.
Yeah, yeah.
Got to get your discount, bro. Okay,
Yeah.
so even though a certain Phil McCracken wants to always tell me I'm fired from everything, which always makes me laugh, but if I'm not on with Pop Talk, I'm doing stuff with Mike, then I'll be on 540 Studios with Jace. And if I'm not on that, then I'm on my own channel working on still my Pinhead videos. I just got like a filter for my mic, so I just want to make sure I'm becoming more professional. I was recommended by somebody who's done radio for a long time. Yeah.
Nice.
Did you just laugh, Baron? I'm gonna get you.
Me? No.
No, but really, I did. I want to make sure I'm always clear on my words and stuff. But next week we're going to be having some more Vermintide 2. There's a game called Myth Force coming out, so we're going to be playing that. As far as I know, you guys are still going to buy it, right, Mike? and Baron?
I'm still game for Myth Force. I'm still game
Okay.
for Myth
I
Just wanted to-
committed myself. I committed myself.
Okay, you committed. They took.
How many
the
players
oath.
is it?
I should be.
Four
committed.
players.
It's 4, dude.
I'd love to join you if you have
Yeah.
room.
Awesome, for sure, dude.
Oh yeah.
So we
That
got
game is
that.
awesome.
I'm still working on some videos. I'm also working on some demo impression videos. I found some demos that were pretty cool, and I always want to get more information out on the Phantom Hooligans. There's not going to be discussion streams yet, like with panels, but there will soon. So yeah, right. Yeah, I haven't been bringing it to the mic. Anonymous,
don't
Bearman.
forget your OnlyFans.
Yes, right. My OnlyFans. That's what Jace has.
Where everybody can check
Don't
out
forget
his
your pronoun either. Helicopter
Yeah.
he.
Helicopter he. That's right.
Also, don't forget, Cash is the Vulcan of the group, so he comes from the planet
right.
Volchin.
Volchin. Oh boy, yes. Mike.
Oh.
And we also found out that Mike likes to put war paint on, and he likes to scream Broforce when he leaves his house. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, is that new?
He's like Broforce, and then people are like, "Dude, are you okay?" No, Broforce.
But that's not him breathing on the mic. That's his chin rubbing against the mic. So I don't think that's going to help.
But
Yes.
no, I had to get something because there was some breathing before in the mic. So it's good I have a pop filter now. But so that's what's coming up. And so we're gonna have some more streams, and soon there's gonna be Rift Apart, which I'm gonna start that. I'm gotta play more Bolt Gun. Probably play that next week, and then I want to make sure I don't get too crazy because of course Mike and I are gonna continue River City Girls next week, so that'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So what we like to do, some of us, we like to move around different channels. We always have a lot of fun. So yeah,
we do. We have a lot of fun with one another, and
we do.
When you go on to other channels,
Touring
even if you know the person who runs that channel, still respect their rules.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Always.
Yep.
We're usually pretty lenient unless you get crazy and you start telling people to fuck off and things like that,
No, fuck off, crypto coin. Fuck off.
We got this guy from Greenland. Where in the world is Jace? We don't know. He might be in Greenland. He might be Portuguese. He might be living in with the mole people in the sewer. We just don't know. We don't.
Nope.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
You know what we got here? We got the height of hypocrisy. How dare you say dwarf, Phil? How dare you?
Oh yeah, especially during the Vermintide stream. He criticizes the three of us for referring to the character as a dwarf when the game itself refers to the character as a dwarf.
Yep. And then when we're playing, and Vermintide 2 streams are usually going to be Friday unless I change the date, but usually at the same time. But he wants to tell us that our pronouns. He also wants to come in and tell us that we suck at games. We're not going to finish. And then when we finish, he runs away. Yeah, we know your games, Philly boy. We're watching you.
Yeah, hypocrite. Yeah, laugh all you want, Mr. Nerdle. Yeah. So it's my turn to say something? Okay.
It is your turn.
You're gone!
What?
Oh, you skipped strike 2 and went to strike 3. Well,
I guess, wow. What can I say?
I'm not even mad. That's amazing.
That's amazing. Well done.
Some of the stuff I'm doing, of course, Mr. Cash Monet has brought to the table, and as well. Well, I suppose Mike will be following through with other ones, but of course, you can find me. We've been doing a discussion on Babylon 5 stream on my channel every Saturday at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, and that usually consists of myself, Mike from PACIFIC414, good old Crypto Coin, our Cash Money, and Phil McCracken, and we can't forget the ever popular, the world's most favorite Orca, Lord Crit himself. So we hope, and hopefully Spock will be able to join us next week as well. He was on, that'd be great fun. Yeah. So we got that going. Of course, Pop Talk going back and forth, and when we get going here with the Primetime Kings, the live stream, I haven't seen a message yet, but right now 24 has been doing some weird work schedules, so sometimes it doesn't happen. So please forgive him for that. But man's got to make a living, right? So he's my brother.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he's my brother from another mother, and he likes to blow that shit up. So yeah, but you can find me there when things are going right. So I have nothing else much to say, but I suppose I should do this one because I forgot. There, now I'm out.
All righty, Baron. Thank you very much, brother. And now it's on to me. Now, I know some of you might be thinking these new rules just came out of nowhere for the open panels. They did not. For the last couple of weeks, I've been mentioning them and mentioning what the guidelines are going to be. And even TGAP Steve offered a suggestion, which I took into account. And again, for the next open panel and for future open panels and watch streams, this is how it's going to go down. Please wear headphones or earbuds while on the panel for number 1. Number 2, please mute any background noise that can be heard during the stream. This includes TVs, fans. If you can get it away from the microphone where it doesn't pick up so much, good. And, if you have a dog barking in the background, like Baron's usually surrounded by animals, and he has his dogs barking.
Oh, yeah.
What does he do? He mutes himself. So please, mute yourself when you're on the stream. Try to get rid of the background noise as best as you can. Number 3, save any and all self-promotion until you have been asked to do so. This includes promoting others. This also includes promoting yourself as we're talking about a topic. Please wait until you've been asked to do so. And the next open panel stream will happen in October, and these rules will apply, especially number 3, especially number 1, especially number 2. All of them will apply. And do not be rude to fellow panelists or to those in the chat. And if it doesn't happen, well, you saw it today. And Brandon, like I told you, you are not banned from the channel. It's part of the rules. You got to strike 3, so you were removed. But you are not banned. You are welcome to come back to the next open panel. But if you do not follow them, you will get a verbal warning, and you will have this as well. Strike number 2, panelists will be muted for 5 minutes. And then strike number 3, panelists will be removed from the stream.
You're gone!
In any way, shape, or form trying to embarrass any one particular person, any individual at all, I am putting my foot down and making sure that Pop Talk is still fun, but everyone is respectful. And that there isn't anything interfering with the show. So I'm sure you're all wondering what's coming up on the channel, and I will tell you. Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern will be more of the Messenger. There will be part 2 of the Messenger, and we will see how far I get within the 3.5 hours I do plan to play. And then, of course, Wednesday will be PACIFIC414 Pop Talk with Phantomology's own Paul of the Phantomology, formerly known as the Star Wars guys. That will be for Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, with the first 2 hours on Rumble and YouTube, and then the third hour exclusively on Rumble. And then on Thursday, as long as cash is still filling up to it, we are going back into the streets of River City with River City Girls 2, and we are going to see just how far we can get in that confusing map the game has. And then Friday, I'll be over on Phantom Hooligans with the guys playing Vermintide 2, and Saturday I will be over with Baron and the guys discussing Babylon 5 Season 3.
Yep.
And then, of course, next Sunday, Pacific 414 Pop Talk,
where we'll be interviewing Chris Chan.
Wait, this is news to me.
I thought we talked about that. It was going to be we're going to have his side of the story of everything.
What? Nani?
I did it. I made people say what? I did it.
Oh, boy,
my evil has been. My evil is done here now.
Of all the people,
we
that's
can
the person you came up with.
Random name.
We can discuss that, Brandon. We can discuss it. But I do want to thank each and every one of you who stopped by, listened to us for a while, and also commented in the chat. And I also want to thank Nerdportal Lifeform for the $5 super chat. And real quick, I want to thank Prismatics for stopping by, not Stream Elements, but Prismatics.
Hey, Pris.
What's up, Pris?
Thank you for stopping by.
Our shield, our diversity shield. Woo!
And speaking of everybody who was here, I want to go ahead and thank you all now over on the YouTube side. I didn't see anybody pop up on the Rumble side. There were definitely people watching, but no comments.
Well,
but
there was a comment in there. There was a great comment in there from a great guy.
Two, in fact.
Let's see. Baron Orman Tagge. Rumble!
Yeah, see. Trying to help you out there,
And
man.
it's not showing me the other comment for some freaking reason. But guys, earlier for the stream, it wasn't even streaming the broadcast over on Rumble. I had to do my own tricks to get it to do it. I copied the stream key and URL exactly. So if anybody's curious, yes, you can stream on both Rumble and YouTube, but sometimes you got to enter that stream key URL and the key itself twice in order for it to work. But enough of my rambling. I want to thank everybody who was here. We had T-Gap Steve, who came in earlier, and he calls this Beverly Hills 414. Thank you, T-Gap Steve. And of course, Anonymous. I don't mind him.
Okay,
I
just want to make sure.
Put your wand away. Anonymous. Who hopped in the panel and then left, and he calls us chumps.
Yeah.
He just got so sad because he couldn't talk about what he wanted to talk about.
If cash is crypto coin, he's chump change.
Chump change crypto coin. Never even used crypto, but it is funny.
No, I'm saying Animos is chump change. Because
he came in. I guess he wanted to talk about bears, and porridge and stuff. But
And I do want to thank Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000. Remember, Brandon, you're not banned. These are just the new rules. They apply to anybody. And like I said, as far as Cash and Baron are concerned, they'll hear it from me. And of course, Jet Sparks, thank you for being in the chat and on the panel.
Come on, Jet, we're not a cult. Come on, be nice.
No, Scientology's a cult.
I know.
DJ Ronnie G, thank you very much for stopping by. And thank you for hopping on to the member stream yesterday. And of course, Jason Fox of 540 Studios. Jace, thank you very much. And we also had Paul of Phantomology, formerly known as Star Wars Guys. He hopped on, and he will be our guest on Wednesday's show. And of course,
do it right. It should be Paul from the Star Wars Guys, Phantomology, Star Wars Guys. Now back to Phantomology. That's
yeah. I don't know
and what about the other guys from the Star Wars Guys to the Phantomology, right? Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, but heck, it would have been amazing if he had that Star Wars girl on there, and they're called the Star Wars guys. I mean, come on, it'd be perfect. Be the greatest stream in history.
Well, I know you talked to Anna recently. Did you get to talk to her for at least 20, 30 minutes on that stream?
Yeah. On Flashcast's little thing, and all I really wanted to know is if I got in the iProject, which I did.
And I also want to thank your Muslim uncle. Thank you. Really appreciate it, brother. And of course, we had Spacko. Thank you, Spacko.
Oh, Spacko. Spacko.
Hawaii Spacko.
If there's anything that's going to come out good from that Saturday Night Live skit with Chris Pine, it's going to be Spacko, because I can say that to Spock. Hey, yeah, Spacko. Yeah, hey, Spacko, you got them heaters? But Spock, thank you for hopping in the chat and on the panel. And of course,
good to be here.
Kathy Skywalker, thank you very much. It was great to see you. And of course, Killy Chow, roll tide, Killy Chow, roll tide. And everybody's favorite penguin besides Punk Waddle, Low Spec Linux Laptop. Thank you, Low Spec. And we also had the Nerporial Lifeform with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Brian. And Lord Crit of Everest Productions.
Oh,
Yes, Lord Crit, who says Mike is Bob Barker. Well, let's show the contestants the next showcase. But I don't have any. I don't have any models. And of course, he hates everybody, but that's Phil for you. Thanks for stopping by, Phil. Really appreciate it.
Yes.
And Prismatics, thank you for stopping by. And again, thank you to all the lurkers, everybody who hopped into the chat, said a few things, listened to us, and I hope you all have a good rest of your Sunday. Hope to see you the rest of this week, whether it's on Baron's channel, Cash's channel, stop by Jet's channel when he's streaming, stop by Spock, stop by Padawannabe, and stop by Jace's channel for 540 Studios. And as he comes in, as we're wrapping up, I do want to say hello to Tim's Talk. Good to see you.
Haven't heard that in a while.
And
hello, Tim.
Yeah, let me go ahead and get your Twitch link too, Jed Sparks. Give me 1 second. And I will go ahead and post that in both chats. That's not the right one. Hold up.
We are a well-oiled machine.
Oh yeah. We're a smooth-oiled machine. Well, that's okay. I'm getting it. Give me a second. All right, there it is. There it is. And Jed, are you gonna be doing a certain doctor this year, as far as your Halloween?
Maybe, but I know, like I said, I've had some stuff behind the scenes that I've had to deal with. But hopefully, I know, and again, it's taken some chunk out of my finances. I mean, what I wanted to do may not be financially viable. What I wanted to do this year, but maybe he may show up again.
All right. So thank you everybody for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed what you saw, and remember, I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. And yeah. Look at that. Look at that smart aleck comment from Anonymous.
Anonymous, hey, I got on the panel, and then I left. I got on the panel again, and then I wanted to, and then I want to talk about bears and porridge and the the Goldilocks, and I didn't get to, and then I want to talk about my all-time favorite game, Beargate 3. Right, Anonymous? Come on.
I don't know who any of those people are.
That's right.
Thank you, everybody. And, well, there's only one other thing to say.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Sunday.
You weren't misrepresented. You could have stayed on the street, but you jumped.
Yeah. He was just trying to come in for a hit and run. That's what he was doing.
Later to you, boys. I mean, yeah. What are we still doing here? We're going home.
Come on.
Going